Hello, everyone, and welcome back to FMK Anime. I am here with my co-host Gilly,
Yes, that is me,
with
Gil.
our other co-host, also known as the Face, Dalaron.
Yes, I am a face and nothing more. Truly, my existence is hollow beyond superficiality. Hi, I'm Dalaran. If you guys are watching us live, welcome. If you're not and catching the VOD or on YouTube, you can catch us doing
Ah,
these sessions every Monday or Tuesday on twitch.tv/Dalaron Quest. That's DALARON Quest.
so to our viewers, that was a joke. If you were catching the VOD, you were valid too. But yes, we are here with our anime. Each week, we decide if an anime is worth giving our big throbbing eggplant to, or each week is where we decide we are going to stab said anime in the heart. Each week, we can cut one anime from our watch list. Last week, we cut Will Not Be Missed, King's Raid.
Hooray! The king is dead! The
Lies.
king's raid is dead!
I miss it very much.
King's raid's no
Insert,
more!
insert the King's Raid Crab Rave meme.
And that was
But
Lives
intentionally
yeah,
on
off key
inside
so
the
that we
hearts of
so we don't
us
give.
that love King's Raid.
well, we're not here to talk about King's Raid this week. This week, there were some highs, and there were some lows. But Gilly, how high were you when you watched Adachi to Shimamura?
I have to answer this.
Well, in this, Adachi to Shimamura, Episode 4. Shimamura spends some time at the gym where she meets Adachi's mother, and through some shenanigans convinces her to spend more time with Adachi. Adachi and Shimamura join their friends for karaoke, and after, Adachi finally comes to terms with her feelings for Shimamura and asks her for head pats.
The ultimate expression of affection and submissiveness.
Okay, I still love this anime. It's still really cute, really soft. So one thing that seemed a bit fan servicey, then there was one thing that was kind of weird this episode.
Oh?
The scene where Adachi, when Shimamura is in Adachi's lap, and then Adachi just starts holding her down there.
Yeah, I
I
also cocked my eyebrow on that scene. I chose to interpret it as slaps awkward slapstick and silly humor, like she got like anxious or like panicked and just grabbed her face, and since her face was laying on her lap and facing her, it ended up being an unfortunate or fortunate positioning for Adachi and Shimamura.
yeah,
Also,
you know,
yes, Meep, they are 15. Confirmed.
okay, I thought they were like at least sophomores, but so the funny thing is with that scene, Delaron, is that was in the preview from last week, so I knew we were going to get that, and I had to shut my mouth.
Oh, really? That's what the studio decided to highlight?
No, it wasn't the highlight of the preview. The highlight of the preview was Adachi at Adachi at the or not Adachi at Shimamura at the gym, and Shimamura's little sister meeting the alien. Those were the highlights of the last week's preview.
That was a cute moment.
It
Everything
was
with her sister and what's her name? Shuku? No.
Sakuna. Wait, no, Sakuna. That's Jujutsu Kaisen.
Sakuna, I guess, is also an alien? Question mark.
I maybe I don't know. All I know is that in the Moriarty opening they say Sakuna or
It might
Sukana.
might also be a word.
Maybe. Who knows? I don't speak Japanese.
But yeah, the alien's presence in this episode was a little bit lighter, more just adorableness and Chikama Yashihiro. Uh, and they're still very cute, very blue, and very glittery, and they were bonding with Shimamura's little sister, which is cute. Not a lot to
She's a
contribute.
fairy.
Oh, that's right. Like her little sister now like sees her not as an alien but as a like an angel or a fairy, which is
Yeah. I mean, hey, it was cute. It served for a cute scene.
cute and very adorable and very pretty. Like again, this everything is gorgeous in this episode. It's a bit more of a tamer episode in my opinion than previous episodes in regards to like just
Definitely.
yeah, its pacing and even its like visual settings. Half the episode takes place, more than half the episode takes place in the gym, which majority is the sauna room where the interactions happen. And they
Yeah.
did a good job at not looting that at all, which I respect the show for. It didn't do anything extra. And then the other half is just karaoke with Adachi and Shimamura.
Yeah. Also, Shimamura got perved on at the gym.
Yeah, I kind of wish they did more, but I guess it wasn't really necessary. There was a dude checking girls out, and I wasn't sure if it was implying that he's looking at the little kids or if he was just looking at all the girls and
What
women.
it felt like it was implying he was looking at the children.
Yeah,
That's not the implication I got. The implication I got was that Adachi was looking around to see who else he could be looking at. Or, not Adachi, Shimamura. And then he looks back at her, and then she realizes, oh, he's perving on me. Which I feel like because they have this gym membership, like she's gonna be going back to the gym every now and then, and that guy's gonna be recurring. I feel.
yeah, I hope not. He seems unpleasant, and I feel like he served his purpose, and that's about it.
I don't know. I can see some nice contention there. Maybe I just want to see Adachi kick him in the balls for hitting on her girl.
Or Shimamura kicking him in the balls for being a fucking creep.
Yes.
And if for
Yeah.
those of you in chat or comments might be like, oh, what happened to the time-honored tradition of peeping? Fuck off.
I mean,
Speaking of peeping, though, anyone
Oh.
else got a laugh out of Shimamura seeing Adachi's mom and totally checking her out and then realizing it's Adachi's mom?
Yeah. Also, I do want to say something because you mentioned the peeping thing. Yeah, no, peeping isn't cool, but hey, kids will be kids. Sometimes kids will
You
go
cut
to the
out sometimes
just
kids.
I said teenagers will be teenagers. Sometimes teenagers will go to the beach to look at other teenagers. It's fine as long as you're not being creepy about it.
Exactly. Um. Yeah.
With
It,
Kaminari, acceptable. Mineta, unacceptable.
I I mean, you said it all on that point, but for me, basically, yeah, moving back to the mom thing was just I paused and laughed because it didn't click in my head that that is Mama Adachi, and when when Shimamura's mom is just like Adachi-san, and I had to pause the video and I just took a look to the side and I was like, yo, Shimamura was just checking out Adachi's mom because this is the show we're in.
I mean, yeah, I guess she was. I didn't really get that at the time. I just sort of got the sense that she was like, "Oh, she looks familiar." And then Adachi's mom's friend shows up. She's like, "Ah, Adachi." It's like, "Oh, that's Adachi's mother," which you already know because she looks exactly like Adachi. That's just supposed to be the confirmation for Shimamura.
Wait,
Also, Adachi's mom, a bit of a looker.
yeah, she's pretty. But you said something that you said her friend showed up. That's Shimamura's mom. Shimamura's mom knows
No,
Adachi's mom.
no, that's not what happened.
Yeah.
Nope, that was the friend that went. That was the friend that went with them into the sauna.
Actually, Dalaran, it's not because they would have because the girl because she didn't know who Shimura's mom even was. Who's
Yeah,
running
Huh.
the saunas?
Yeah, she says, "Who's your mom? Where's your mom?" And then she goes, "She won't talk to you anyways," holding the hand to her.
Yeah, I just took that as her telling her mom not to say anything. Huh, I'm going to
I think,
heavily have to look through the slides for this episode because I used those photos as Shimamura's mom.
yeah, no, that was I actually would have liked that scene less if that was Shimamura's mom. That oh, they know each other. Because when Shimamura's mom would have mentioned that, oh hey, I know your mother when they went to the restaurant Adachi worked at.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking about too. Which I guess it makes sense.
Also, fucking Shimamura, we get a little bit about her contention with her mom. Her mom keeps telling her to stop being a burden, or no, her mother tells her to work hard so she doesn't have to be a burden on others, and that's a bit where some of Shimamura's contention comes from. Then we learn about Adachi, and that Adachi has a lot of anxiety and is very distant from her mother. Oh, hello?
Yeah, I hear you, my man. I'm just still processing and rewiring my brain that that wasn't Shimamura's mom. Because I was gonna make a whole point about how Adachi's mom wears her hair long and Adachi wears it short, but Shimamura's mom wears her hair short, and Shimamura herself, Hogetsu, wears her hair long. So there's like
I mean,
this.
that point still works.
I just no longer know who Shimamura's mother is.
That, how does one scene take away your entire viewpoint of a character?
To be fair, she's a pretty minor character in terms of screen time thus far.
That's fair, but you can't make fun of me for the Moriarty Mansion incident now.
I feel like this is not an equivalent exchange.
I feel it is. Anyways, Keely, how about you?
I was
Assuming.
tolerating the show until Adachi and Shimamura were together again, and then I was gone once more.
Did it lose you when Adachi blatantly was just like, "Oh, good, the blue-haired girl isn't here, so I don't have to compete for your attention with her."
Anytime they're together, it makes me depressed now, so I
Oh,
was hoping it would be an episode where just she didn't even actually show up. I would have been okay with it.
That's sad.
that's sad, but I still love them together. I think we're gonna get to a point where they're gonna start working through their issues now, because next episode is gonna be episode 5. So I feel like we're working up to that point. Like the show has been very competent. I'm excited to see it explore that because, like, Shimamura went out of her way to try and like fix Adachi and her mother's relationship, which just made
Which just what?
Adachi more anxious and bad. Oh, it it made Adachi more anxious to eat with her mother than to eat alone.
I think it just I liked the scene between Adachi's mother and Shimamura because
I did. I did too.
hmm?
I said I did too.
Yeah. And I'm looking at stills now trying to figure out if they're the same woman. I am a stubborn
I
bastard.
really liked I really liked the line where Shimamura's or not Shimamura, Adachi's mom said, I just wish she would say when she's happy. And like the whole thing is like she doesn't understand her daughter, so she just grew distant. That's a very human and accurate thing that happens sometimes. It's you don't understand your child and you aren't able to process them, so you kind of push yourself away, and that happens. It's you can tell she wants to care about her daughter, but she's just so distant because that's the norm, and it's very fascinating to see like Adachi or Shimamura try and fix that and because it's been the norm for so long, it just sort of it hurts not hurt, but like it
Yeah,
makes the relationship a bit teeter a bit when Adachi says, "Yeah, this made me really anxious."
I mean, we've already established that Adachi has like social awkwardness, and at this point, it's seeming to be full blown anxiety, potentially even like an anxiety disorder. Even though I don't know if this show is going to. It has started using more and more psychological terms, but it hasn't been using diagnosis.
Yeah, it could just be, as teenagers do, self-diagnosing.
Yeah, and I don't know if I wanted to because that will add layer of very delicate and sensitive subject matter that could be mishandled. But like thus far, it's we're the show is doing a good job at showing introducing new windows into our characters' lives with every episode, whether it be directly or indirectly.
Yeah.
Also, question for you guys. While the water was absolutely gorgeous in the pool, how was the chlorine not burning Shimamura's eyes when she was just laying down there with the water with her eyes open?
Do they use chlorine in Japan?
How else do you clean a pool?
I thought they had another chemical they used.
I would imagine that would burn your eyes as well.
Well, either way, it's anime.
And well, also at the same time, I swim through public pools with my eyes open under the water. I've been doing that since I was little.
That's oof.
Shimamura might just have a high pain tolerance. Don't judge
Well,
her.
I know people that can swim through the ocean with their eyes open, and I don't know how they do that.
Like I could do that, but the question is not like can you? Why would you?
Because
Uh,
I'll go ahead and say it. The karaoke scene was super cute.
It was really cute.
Also, Hino and Fujimaki or Fujimaki
Nope, Nagafuji.
Nakafuji. They're still so cute and soft together. They didn't really get much for lines, but just like the way they sit together and like the cute little look they exchange. Like, come on, there's something there.
I didn't really sirens. So I didn't really get that read again. It just to me it feels like two friends who've known each other who just have this comfort and like intimacy with each other that isn't sexual or romantic, potentially with a yet there, but it I do enjoy
is
their
what made me tolerate Adachi and Shimamura together.
I think Gilly's leading up to what I wanted to say, where like they it's nice to have them side by side because we have this complicated, awkward, kind of like this semi-cluttered relationship that's both friendly and romantic forming between Adachi and Shimamura, and then you have Nagafuji and Hino who are far more secure with each other and a relationship that is long standing. So like they see things happening that the other Nagafuji and Hino see things happening that the other two do not between them. Hell, they might already know.
They're just cute. I remember in episode 1 where we weren't feeling hot on them, but they completely turned around in my eyes. I absolutely love them. They're fucking adorable together.
This show really knows how to use its characters, man, and you really see that.
I also like the contention Shimamura has with her mom. Like, okay, mom, I get it. You keep drilling into me not to be a burden, but it.
Which her takeaway from that is. Sorry, I think you cut out there.
No, I just said that it's a really accurate and human contention that can happen.
Yeah, what's simultaneously intriguing and concerning to me is that Shimamura Jr., Hogetsu, chooses to interpret that. We don't know yet. Shimamura is the most expressive in terms of inner monologue, but it's always metaphor and symbolic. It's very less concrete. So we don't really know what Shimamura's full shtick or deal is, but she interpreted "don't be a burden on others, do well in school," a very Japanese traditional mentality, as, oh, well, if I just keep to myself and need nothing from no one and make sure that no one needs anything from me, right? Right? Which is why she's so terrified of her relationship developing with Adachi, then I can't be a burden on anyone. And that is the or a explanation for why she distances herself from people, emotionally and mentally.
Yeah, and I'm enjoying to see these problems come up because I want to see them work through. And this, I trust this show to do it. This show has been absolutely like human in its writing, and it's nice to see character and feel like actual people instead of anime characters.
Yeah.
Which it feels weird to say because this is anime, but I like seeing them just not being these anime characters.
The only real anime character thus far is Yashiro, Chikama, the alien, and maybe the little sister, but that's mainly because we have barely seen anything of her, except for that she's a little prick when it comes to video games. She straight up headbutts Shimamura in the previous episode in the chin when she loses.
She's a brat. She's a brat.
Yeah.
And her and Shimamura seem to have a good relationship, so that's nice to see.
They are close. It does seem like they are genuinely close. That being, let's see.
Also, seriously, where's Shimamura's dad? What? Why has there only been one man? Why has there only been one male character so far? Are there no men in this universe?
Who's the male character?
The pervert.
Oh, yeah, right. Well, you did mention that this is an all-female cast, so we don't know. Also,
Yeah.
like, Adachi's mom kind of gave off that vibe of, like, still wanting to be young and go out, and maybe, Adachi's dad left them or passed away. We don't know.
Maybe. I I want to see more explored, but I feel like we're gearing up to holding up cards.
Before we hold
Am
off,
I reading that right?
there's one question I want to ask before we hold up cards. Um, but before that question, like I'm thinking about the scene between Adachi's mom and Shimamura, which is, I would argue, the main focus point of development, and at least drama in this episode. And you guys can check it out. It's a really cool. It's a subtly cool scene with her. I took it as her mother really wanting to know more about her daughter, because she doesn't actually seem so immature that she would have a sauna off with this teenager girl to prove a point. I think she took that moment to learn about her daughter because she doesn't have that relationship with her and she's worried about her, despite having her own issues, which we also see be expressed in her kind of this like catty, uh, midlife attractive woman. I don't have the terms and they're failing me, so I digress from that point. But Shimamura popped off. Like, she just, at every time Shimamura just spoke out against her, I was waiting for like reprimandation, but Adachi's mom just sat there, listened, took it, or tried to give it back. It was really cool. But yeah, I just want to say that the one thing I did want to ask is, at the end of the previous episode, I kind of felt like not Adachi, Shimamura was figuring out what was happening. between her and Adachi. Except in this episode, I am right back to not. I get the feeling Shimamura isn't picking up on how Adachi actually feels about her. Because headpats don't have to be sexual or romantic. They are often used as a form of affection, but affection is not inherently sexual or romantic. Like,
Yeah, when you said that last episode, I even said, like, I think she knows that Adachi wants her attention, but I don't think she's reading into it romantically yet, because, like, the thing is, and this is a thing in Japan, when girls are lesbian, they aren't, like, when a girl thinks, oh, someone's into me, it doesn't really click for them when it's another girl, because Japan is
because
very, Japan is very heteronormative. Like, very much heterosexuality is the norm there, is the best way I can put it.
fair
And it's
enough.
not that, like, they're super homophobic, it's just that it's not common because of traditional values.
It's just it's difficult, right? Like, this is something that's a lot easier to discuss and judge in hindsight when a season is over because you have the full story. So either by design or by consequence of this being a show, a series with episodes, I can't fully tell if Shimamura is figuring it out yet, because like in the previous episode we kind of got her not knowing what's going on, then kind of expressing vague inklings of the same feelings, while Adachi was being the flustered, like, lovesick girl that she is becoming. But in this one, Shimamura is like even less in tune with it. I mean, it makes sense since like Shimamura is far more emotionally attached and Adachi seems to be much more emotionally expressive, and like she has much more desire for intimacy between the two of them. Like, it seems Adachi has like a and Adachi seems like she has like a distant, possibly not even all that present mother, depending on what the relationship is, which further would give Adachi the reason to like cling to this relationship and connection she has with Shimamura, while Shimamura's mother seems to be much more doting, and as such she is emotionally distant. Like, I'm starting to see these familial dynamics and I'm curious where it goes.
Yeah, I am too.
Gilly.
Also, sorry.
No worries. I was going to be like, Gilly, we've rattled on a lot. Do you have anything you want to add before we hold up cards? Not to take your point away, me. Please go right ahead.
I was just going to say the head pats were cute. I
The
want
head
them to
pats
be
were
more
cute.
intimate.
The head pats were cute. Also, yeah, the whole Hino Nagafuji cheering them on is really cute and wholesome, and just I love it. It makes me feel like they do know and see what's happening, and they're all for it, which is nice to see a secure friendship. Kind of like being there for them. Uh, and the shot after the karaoke's over with the like this almost like rust colored sunset cloudy sky with the wires is just, I don't know why that shot really stood out to me, and it was just like really, it was lovely. Anyway, I'm gonna hold up a card. I am fucking the show.
Yay!
This show continues to depict realistic characters to an impressive degree, and you know, it's just really great to see people written as people. There is room for crazy anime bullshit, for all the tropes, for melodramatic and theatrical performances. Here, we have a good amount of that in terms of humor, but the characters themselves feel much more real than many other shows we see, especially in the genre of both medium and within the medium of anime, of like moe and anime and like slice of life. Um, on top of which, just keeps providing gorgeous settings to watch the characters kind of play in, and a colorful array of like internal monologues and metaphors. They're super expressive, and each person kind of does it in their own way. And the show just sometimes, for me personally, like Adachi Shimamura's metaphors are starting to get a little bit out there for me because I'm like stick to a story, but it that's just me. Like I do not hold it against the show. It is so creative and expressive.
Yeah, it. Yeah. Oh, hello.
Yeah, man. Just waiting for you. Whoever wants to hold up a card next.
I'll hold up mine. This show is absolutely phenomenal to me. The way it writes characters, I have not seen a show write human beings better than this. Maybe Inuyashiki. Maybe it. That's how good the show is writing their characters. Like even Inuyashiki is a bit out there with its with like because the people there are very real, but it's obviously in a setting where people they're robot people, so there's a bit of a disconnect. Here, I relate heavily to Adachi and to an extent Shimamura with her contention with her parents. I I am loving this. It's been phenomenal so far. I'm gonna fuck this show. I am continuing to be a stepdad to Shimamura. I'm gonna help her work through her issues.
Can't
But
see me
yeah,
chat, but I am shaking my head.
listen, we don't know if they have dads yet. Once we know if they have a dad, then I will stop.
All we can do is hold out hope.
I will say, "Whoa, you didn't tell me you were married. I'm out." Gilly, what are you doing to this show?
I am killing this show.
I figured.
I
Every week I
literally
just feel sad. I feel
the
bad.
far the I have gotten to the point. I always watch it first because this show tanks my excitement and emotions heavily, and I have to watch it first so that I can watch other things to feel better after. And at this point, I just stare at my computer screen dead-eyed until it's over.
I'm sorry,
That
you're
is
gonna.
my every week with this, and it's I was there was a little bit of spark, and then Adachi and Shimamura were actually both in the episode together again, and then it disappeared.
I'm sorry, we're gonna have to watch through this to the end, but it be how it be.
Man, this feels bad because Gilly obviously doesn't like the core relationship, like the focus and main story of the
Literally
show.
watch this show and enjoy it if literally Adachi was just not there.
Listen, we promised to vote with our hearts. It's just how the cards fell.
It's true. Also, like,
I would.
I relate, like, when I think about myself when I was their age, and even in my young 20s, like, I was very much more the desiree of affection and the melodramatic romantic who wants that kind of like flustered and expression of passion all the time. So I simultaneously get where you're coming from, but also get where the character is coming from.
I'm just gonna put this out there. You two keep fucking Kuma Bear each week. You two keep fucking Kuma Bear each week, and I still want you two to vote with your hearts.
So that's 2 fucks and a kill.
Well, from Probably Gilly's most hated thing to, I want to say, your favorite thing. Yuukoku No Moriarty, Episode 4. Just gonna have to give me a moment to find my synopsis. In this synopsis of Yuukoku no Moriarty, Episode 4, a couple who work for the Viscount are turned away by him when their son is ill and their son dies. They meet Moriarty, who helps them carry out their crime of killing the Viscount, saving their marriage in the process.
Was I the only one? So when this episode started, and the whole opening scene came in with them coming to the Viscount for help because their son is ill and he's about to die, and the town doctor is out, and they're like, please, you have your own personal doctor, save my son. And the Viscount is just like, you think it's my responsibility to save you poor wretches? That the lives of the lower class are of no concern of mine. Be thankful you're a good gardener. Otherwise, I would have you'd be dead yourself. And I'm like, well, we know who's gonna die this episode.
Yeah?
Also, the town is very pretty. And in the first few minutes, there's an Ego Raptor joke reference I could make with lemons. But I will leave it at that.
This show continues to be super dark. Any other show would have been Moriarty comes here, gives them money to see a doctor, and the son lives at the end. No, this show kills the son. And you see this scene of the father coming in, seeing seeing three dinner plates set, and watching the wife boiling something to like vapor. And they have this like short little argument of where she like dead voice says, I had a dream where our baby was crying because he was hungry. It's just chilling. This show puts chills down my spine in all the best ways. I I know we made jokes like, oh, saving the mystery of whether we're going to fuck or kill a show. I can't with this show. There's no mystery. It's it's going to be good every week.
Yep. I'm going to say this and I want to give back to Gilly, because I'm always curious to hear Gilly's thoughts on this show in specific. In particular, well, this and Kuma. But this is the first episode of a really sad week. Of a week of really sad episodes. And, like, seeing the mother just utterly distraught. And not to seem like a hypocrite, because I was like, she was like driven to like hollow madness. Like, she had vicious contempt and emotional for the nobility and emotional instability, and that is what happens when you're failed by everything around you and you lose your child. Like, that is a deeply traumatic experience. Again, while I personally would have wanted even more emotional expression, this episode did what it needed to do, and unbeknownst to me, set the pace for the rest of this week's shows.
I feel like I know the shows that you're talking about.
We'll see. Gilly, tell us about you and the Moriartys.
I was happy to be. I enjoyed all the backstory episodes. They were necessary and they were done well, and I liked them. But I was glad to be back to current day in the show, and first and immediately right into the whole crime consultant thing again. Just no like build up, just straight into it right away.
Mm-hmm.
And it continues to play the character very well for Moriarty. From when he encounters the husband in the bar and kind of cranks him up a bit with the comments he made and things he said to sort of lead him to where he wanted him to think, to the fact that they kill the Viscount with quinine poisoning. Of all things. That's fun.
Hmm. This is a very intelligent show, and it makes you feel smart while watching it.
It plays the character Moriarty very well, and that's it. And that's what's really nice. It continues to treat the character how they're supposed to treat him.
Also, I fucking love this dumb fuck noble who's like, what, fruits aren't just for looking at? Like, what a dumb fucker. He deserved what happened to him.
Oh, he deserved it.
The man probably eats nothing but cheese, meat, and bread every day. And the only time he gets any fruit is probably through wine.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it just drives the point of how good we have it today, right? Like, he's like, I know I can eat oranges and lemons, but are you saying you can eat grapefruits?
Mm-hmm.
And I 100% agree with what Gilly said. This show did what it needed to do in the first few episodes. Got right, literally off the train that William was riding when he was having his backstory episodes. Off the train, back to the show. Clean, good, and with a great amount of setup for the rest of the season.
Yeah, next episode, I think, is going to be the one that gets Sherlock involved. Did either of you two watch the preview?
Nope.
Okay, I won't say anything about it then, but I feel like next episode will. Like, they don't show him in the preview or anything, but I don't know. It's just a feeling. I have a feeling.
Actually, without saying what it is, actually does go off. Actually, is it actually does go off one of the classic Sherlock Holmes stories. One of the few I actually know.
This one?
The preview.
Ah.
I could see it right off the bat. That's one of the few I actually know, but only vaguely.
Which one is it?
I can't remember what it's called.
A woman dancing on the bridge, I think it is.
Yeah, I don't know well enough the Conan Doyle stuff.
Herb would know.
Unfortunately.
It's one that's popular enough that it's been redone in a lot of media. I just know that.
The funny thing is I probably know it, just not off the top of my head by the name.
Yeah, I don't know by name either. I just recognize it pretty clearly.
And the fact that it's a Sherlock Holmes story is what makes me think Sherlock Holmes is going to get involved.
We'll see.
You know he is. He's they're each other's foe.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember. I think it was you, Dalaran, that brought it up last time with the fact that actually might have been a while back, with the fact that they have a lot of English terminology when you're reading the subtitles.
Oh yeah, and I think I know what you're leading up to.
I'm leading to when he was, because this has always been a weird thing for me. But when because he's in this town as a professor, a math professor. But as you read the subtitles, it is maths, which will always throw me off because I'm not used to that. And there's several other instances. It's just that always my mind always focuses on that because the S on the end feels so weird.
It's fucking maths. There's more than one. It's not a singular math. It's maths.
I can't believe our math professor is this cute.
Which is
half of the comment they made was they said how young he was.
Exactly. That's half of what the class said.
Like our new math professor is so young.
He must be a genius.
Which he is.
I mean, he is. Also, Gilly, when you were saying, yeah, that was I think I brought that up on the time we from the
I think it was.
episode 1 review. I thought
I
you were
think it
gonna
was
say
the. I think it was the beginning. Yeah.
yeah, I think it was from episode 1 because it stood out to me right away. If not, then definitely no, it was definitely episode 1 because I remember like just terminology being thrown out there, words that you normally don't see in English subs. For me, it was funny hearing in Japanese someone say bollocks.
Yeah, that was a fun one.
Right, bollocks to that.
Yeah, I heard that too. It's very interesting. I've noticed it in every episode. It's just I don't know, the maths thing always throws me off no matter where I hear it.
Do you think the couple are going to be okay in their new life?
Um, I think they'll be fine. She seems strong, and it is implied that they have a very strong bond. I don't see reoccurring characters unless there is this
Oh
great
yeah.
counter heist to Sherlock, where all these people that William helped, as well as Albert and Lewis through William Moriarty, helped come back and all serve a role, which could be fun. But personally, I don't need him to come back.
Well, there's still two side characters from the opening that we're yet to meet. So
Which is why I'm hesitant to think that Sherlock's coming right now. I think we're going to get 1 or 2 more episodes. What is this, episode 4, right? Yeah, I think we're going to get episode 5, episode 6 of the series where where William, well, where the Moriartys, because that's something that struck out to me in. I guess Albert doesn't care, but like when the Viscount, the Baron, or whatever his name was addressing, he's like, "It's so good to have you, Moriarty," gesturing to William, and the rest of your family, gesturing to Albert and Lewis, and I'm like, they're all technically Moriarty, though, aren't they?
well, remember Moriarty, like our Moriarty, he's taking the role of the eldest sibling, William.
Was William older than Albert?
Yes, he seemed to be
No,
the
William was the younger brother.
Albert is
oh
big.
well he was the
Albert's the oldest. It's just William Moriarty takes the face of the family. He is the face. Albert has his little things, his personal interactions, and Lewis he just does what he does. But
ah
Moriarty takes the role as the face, as the one that wants is going to stand in the front in most situations.
That makes sense.
that scene from last episode just got a lot darker to me, and I love it
Yeah.
because he killed a younger brother.
Yep.
Yes. And then when they speaking of the couple, I do find that interesting because the I can't remember I can't remember if it was Lewis or Albert that asked if they were going to be okay in the episode. One of them did, and
I think it
Moriarty's
was Albert.
response was they are now bonded uh
Through murder.
over the over the burden of the crime they've committed, and this is a bond that's not easily broken. And as he says that, it flashes back to them in the burning house again, holding hands as they're leaving.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
And I like the little comparison that it draws to there, and it's really nice.
I love the show's use of atmosphere, like when the Viscount starts to get poisoned, and like you see the sky turn red, and Moriarty just speaking.
Yeah.
They're very good at setting the scene. They're very good at setting a mood.
Although I did think the grapefruit being a ruby red and just being metaphorical for blood as she was cutting it, and the knife being covered in the grapefruit juice and it being red, and then the sky turns into like inverted colors and the knife looks like it's covered in blood. It's so fucking stupid.
It's very over the top.
I thought she cut her finger off, if I'm being honest. I was like, wait, did she just fucking cut her finger off?
Nope, it's bloody grapefruit, and it's so over the top and ridiculous, but I love it. I was just sitting there like, look at this stupid, dumb, smart bullshit.
Also,
Ugh.
was the Viscount single?
Yeah.
Okay.
He had no one in his court except his doctor and whatever attendants he had. This show's already established that if people have families, they are either immediately shown or shown pictures of, like family paintings if they're nobles or high standings, upper class.
Okay.
The other thing with the act of how they killed the Viscount, I love the fact that Moriarty played on the fact of the kind of person he was. He's a man who will he's so gluttonous. It wouldn't have been near as bad if he didn't eat, I don't know, the equivalent of what was probably like 9-10 grapefruits. Because he just kept eating and eating and eating.
Yeah,
And I love how they just played off his obviously gluttonous nature to really do what they needed to do as well.
Yeah. They didn't go into quite as much animalistic kind of like detail as they did with in the first episode, but exactly that like when he just kept laughing and stuffing his face with the grapefruit jammies, it was, and yeah, I agree.
Take that back, you motherfucker! It's marmalade.
It's it's a cookie with it's a jammy.
As a gluttonous man myself, take it back.
Careful, Meep. Don't drink your, I don't know, bronchitis medicine with grapefruit juice.
Don't drink too much. I think it's what seltzer water. Seltzer water has a lot of quinine in it. No, tonic water. Don't drink too much tonic water.
Which is bad because I know for a fact that tonic, grapefruit, and gin is like a combination.
Yeah, no, this show continues to be really good.
I agree. Is that
Are
you?
we ready for card?
I was gonna say, it sounds like you're holding up a card, Meep.
Yeah, I'm gonna fuck this show. I am ever more excited to see these new side characters and to see Sherlock get introduced, because if this show stays episodic, which I can handle episodic shows, but this show just has so much potential to be a overarching story. I'm excited to get into that, which I think we're getting next episode. And it just makes me all the more excited. I'm so sad the show comes out Sundays, though. I wish it came out earlier.
What say ye, Gilly?
I'm
What
gonna
say
fuck
you,
this show.
Gilliam Moriarty?
I'm gonna fuck this show because I just absolutely love this show. It's just more of what I wanted, more of what I like, and honestly, I am eagerly anticipating the Sherlock introduction because that's gonna happen, and I'm very eagerly anticipating it because I'm hoping it's done as well. We made the comparison other times, but the Light and L dynamic, I'd really love to see once again, because I always loved that dynamic. That was really, really good, and I'm just anticipating the introduction with Sherlock and hoping it's as good as that.
I am joining all of you in holding up this fuck card, making it a trifecta. Trifecta. It's another strong episode. What can I say? This one, you guys were talking a lot about it, like, you know, the scenes and stuff like that, and like I think you two had a stronger reaction on this episode than I did. I found this one was like the stakes were a little lower, the build up wasn't quite there, the pacing wasn't quite as tight as it was in the other episodes. Um, so it felt like it wasn't as like high of a ride for me. That being said, the emotion was certainly there, especially through the mother, Michelle. Like the devastation, the trauma, the madness that this broken woman has to feel because of what happened to her son, preventable, but the Viscount's greed and like need to fulfill his sense of status, claim their child's life, and then seeing her husband not do anything about it. Like it was all that part was really enjoyable for me, and never did I consider like the show isn't doing it for me, despite it not being my favorite episode thus far. Still really good. I myself am enjoying this episodic nature of the show. I want to see a few more crimes. I want to see Moriarty just do stuff when without it. Like I just want to see William flex. But I too am looking forward to the time that when eventually Sherlock does get involved and we get this long play instead of just this short-term stuff we see.
Well, this is only a 12-episode series.
Exactly, which is why I personally think Sherlock is going to come in the last third. That's my prediction.
That would be. I'm not gonna lie. I think that might kill it for some people. I don't know if it'd kill it for me, but because the whole thing with Sherlock is it's a case to case. With Sherlock solving them. Like he can show up next episode, but not confront Moriarty yet. Like shows have done that, showing like, oh hey, this is the villain, or this is the antagonist slowly catching up to our protagonist, and they can like show that and have this overarching story of Sherlock over time discovering more and more. Like maybe episode 7, we see in the newspaper he arrests the father for killing the noble in episode 1.
Oh, he better fucking not.
It's Sherlock, man. Eventually, there's going to be something.
I see what you mean now. When up until this point, when you said that, I always thought you meant like, oh, I want Sherlock to get involved, and I want this like 6-episode chase between two. Like that's what I don't want. Like
No.
I want there to be, I want William to do. I want us to see William do more things that would get him the attention of Sherlock.
L doesn't straight up confront Light right away. L slowly works through the case and then confronts Light when he's like, okay, there are like 3 people that it can be. Like, going off the Light and L relationship thing, I think the show can do it competently.
Speaking of Light and L, actually, never mind. That's the wrong anime transition. Basically, in the ending, if you guys still watch it, when the ending transitions to the adult scene where they're all standing there in the rain, all cool, god damn, does Albert look like fucking Aizen from Bleach in that shot? So bad.
It's always interesting looking at that image because I always watch it and I always see it. Like Albert he's just smiling. Lewis looks unsure, and then you have just the murderous intent across Moriarty's face.
I want to see Moriarty under stress. Like, just see him, like, not everything go perfectly, and see him.
But it's too soon for that. I think it's too soon for that.
I think it needs to build up to a certain level of slight overconfidence first.
Exactly. He needs to have a reason to slip up, and at this point, we're still rooting for him. And it's just, yeah, basically, like I am not full of Moriarty's success. Like I want to see our displayed and presented hero, quote unquote.
I'm not saying I want it next episode. I'm saying like I want to see it eventually.
Well, in that case, I think we're all in agreement.
That is Yuukoku No Moriarty. And from that, we are transitioning to Majo no Tabitabi, episode 5. Elena travels to a country with a prestigious magic school, but is accosted by the students. She learns Fran is here, who sent the students after her, and helps her teach the students before leaving on her journey again. More Fran! Yay! I want more! I love Fran.
Everybody loves Fran, apparently.
As soon as I saw Fran, I'm like, well, I already know Meep's opinion on this episode. The second I saw the character, even before anything else happened, I'm like, I already know his opinion now.
To be clear from Meep's, summary, Fran is the teacher at the Royal Magical Academy in this country city. Why are they called countries? They're cities. Anyway.
Because in a lot... Okay, think of it this way. Do you think Great Britain, like, thousands of years ago, do you think Great Britain wasn't just one big city? It probably was.
Great Britain didn't exist thousands of years ago.
Fuck you, it did in my heart.
Okay. But if you're referring to, like, the Saxon, Britain, the, like, oh man, what would it be? Would it be the 11th century? The 12th century?
I was doing a gape.
Anyway, there would still be counties, but this is just cities, but I'm not here to complain about that right now. Yeah, Fran's back.
Yeah, and whenever Fran is on screen, she adds so much to the show. Like, she's aloof, she's fluttery. God, she's just such an amazing side character.
You know my favorite thing about Fran?
Yes?
It makes Elena into an actual character. With feelings and thoughts and expressions and not just detachment and self-absorption.
Which I think is intentional. I think it's intentional that she immediately, like, switches from being overconfident to, like, oh, this is someone I know is better than me. Like, I think, at least this is the read I got. I read that it was intentional.
Yeah, possible. She does have a high respect for Fran.
Yeah, like, because even in the earlier episode, he's like, could have at least let me walk around a bit. Then she meets Fran, and she's like, immediately, oh man, no, I'm just a humble witch. Which, Elena, you lying bitch, you aren't.
Ah, good. This is the character growth that I wanted. Now let's see if we'll be fucking consistent.
Also, am I the only one that got the implication when they were talking about the book that Fran was Nikke's disciple?
Yeah, especially the way episode ended, either Fran or her mother is related to Nikke some way.
Yeah, because she does say, oh, you don't like witches because of your mother? Huh.
No, I thought you wanted to be a witch because of your mother, and Elena's like, what do you mean? What? Also, yo, that poor fucking fish.
Which fish?
The red snapper that they were teaching class, they just kept freezing and unfreezing the poor fucker over and over again.
You poor bitch.
Poor fucking fish. Speaking of good callbacks to episode 1, which, again, Meep, if I'm remembering correctly, you said episode 1 of the anime was original content, right? Anime only?
I'm unsure, because I've been getting mixed messages about that now, so I'm holding my hands up like, don't quote me, I'm getting mixed messages about it now.
Fair enough. Neither one of us have read the manga or any other iterations of this story, so it could be something else. But there was this nice moment at the end where Fran, before the final goodbye, where Fran and Elena were spending their last day together after teaching Fran's students. They kind of fly up to this gorgeous, overlooking kind of like ruined, like runic, like moss overgrown, like old wall of this like regal medieval fantasy city. Which, by the way, my favorite country thus far, because we actually get to fucking learn about it, and it feels alive. not just like a theatrical set piece.
In all
And
fairness, the previous country was supposed to be dead.
well, in the previous episode, yeah, everyone was supposed to be dead. It's a shame that the other two cities, the place didn't feel alive, and in the second episode, the city also didn't feel alive. It's just people on fucking brooms and people being rude to non-witches. Like, that's it. Here, there was at least, we got to see the people. We got to see life. We got to see what people did here. We got to see the culture, their values, the way people grow up, what they aspire to be, the role magic plays here. Finally, something concrete, something I can sink my teeth into and actually feel and understand something.
Usually, anime get a mid-season slump. This got a mid-season bump.
God, I wish we were holding up
Turkey.
cards, because that's a really good transition to anyone who wants to hold up the eggplant. But yeah, there was this really cute callback that they're standing over this gorgeous sunset overlooking the whole town scene, and this is like, Fran's like, this is my favorite spot, it's just beautiful, and Elena like, this is really nice, and they start talking about the things they like, and Fran is once again pushing Elena to be a character, to be a person, a human. And she's like, what do you like? And Elena doesn't know how to answer the question because she doesn't think about these things about herself. She doesn't know how to communicate it. And Fran's like, do you like flowers? Which I thought was going to be a callback to episode 3. And then she's like, what about butterflies? And Elena's like, you like butterflies, not me. You're the one who likes butterflies.
Yeah. Fran just adds so much to this show. I kind of wish Fran went with her on her journey.
Yeah. But that would be a different show.
Yeah. Gilly, how have you been feeling on this episode?
I had a good time watching it. It wasn't bad. I still wish this show knew what it wanted to do with itself, but it was good though.
That's its beauty to me, is that it's not stuck in one little box. It can do anything it wants. That's what I love about it. It is my
For
schmo.
episodic, there needs to be a certain amount of consistency, and this show doesn't like having that.
Mm-hmm.
I
But
like being whimsical.
regardless of that, while I want it to figure out what it wants to do, I still had a good time, and that's honestly what the important bit is.
Yeah.
It was nice. I like how Fran saw it as a teaching opportunity for her students, that rather than just going to get Elena herself, he's like, nah, you guys are gonna go get her.
Let me show you what someone can, like anyone can. It was a good lesson. Like, don't judge a book by its cover. Just because someone is young doesn't mean they're experienced, and you always have room to grow.
I immediately, ever since we knew there was a prestigious magic school, I was like, okay, Fran's gonna be here. And when the students were going after Elena, I saw where it was going. I was just waiting for, like, while the students are like chasing her, I was waiting for Elena to get zapped off her broom into a wall. I was waiting for like Fran to do that. Like, okay, I've had enough.
Actually, until Fran showed up, I thought we were gonna get a character that we'd seen before, but I didn't think it was gonna be Fran. I thought it was gonna be fucking Saya. Because these kids just show up, they know who she is.
They
and
just fucking show up.
They just show up, they know who she is, and then they say, can you please come with us and don't ask any questions?
To which Elena's like, no.
I legitimately thought this was going to be about Saya, and this was where she was, and this is where she went.
I mean,
Would you come with
fair.
us? Would you come with us without asking any questions? No.
No.
It also feels like a Saya thing to ask people to do.
Can you come? Can you come with us without asking questions? No. But could you please? No. Please, no. But can you please? I won't.
I won't. I definitely
You
will
just
not.
keep quoting Kuma Bear Meep.
Because
That's the only scene from Kuma Bear I've ever liked.
it's funny that you guys had expectations. And we know there was going to be okay, so let's go back to the beginning, right? The episode opens up with sweater Elena. Elena has had a very minor outfit change, and she is now a sweater witch. She is in this winter town with Christmas vibes, and she comes in and she finds a bookstall, and the bookstall is selling Fran's story, right? And she's like, this reminds me when I visited this other city. And I didn't know we were getting Fran now. I thought we were going to get a two-parter. One part of this episode was going to be this new city, and the other part is going to be her Fran. I was really delighted when the kids jumped her out of nowhere, because they came out of fucking nowhere. I didn't know where it was going. In fact, I was worried because of how the last two episodes have been. I was worried we're gonna get like some fucking high lord or king or noble who like kidnaps witches and or like makes them work for him, and I was like, okay, what feel bad bullshit pessimistic nihilistic stuff are we gonna have today? And it was great. It was fun. And we got this really cool broom chase sequence where it wasn't just because Elena is faster, she's more skilled at handling her magic and her broom than these students are, and it was great. Also, water. Beautiful water. Not CG jelly, but water.
The waterfall wasn't bad, Dalaran.
The waterfall was bad.
Quit overreacting.
It was goopy. This one isn't goopy. It's just beautiful Venetian canal blue water.
There's something I want to say. Because I don't know why, but it's the thought that passed through my head as soon as, like, the chase started. And all I could think was, Elena's getting ambushed by House Hufflepuff.
It's funny that you say Hufflepuff, because I thought they were Slytherins with their green ties.
Yeah, but the way they moved around, I don't know.
Also, I love that we have a Mineta in the student group, and he keeps getting his shit rocked. Like, he's not bad at magic, he just gets his comeuppance every time he tries to pop off.
Yeah, seriously, like, he was like, are you single? Okay, that's a question I can answer. That's not too creepy. The next one, what color are your panties? Then he gets zapped. By Fran. I thought Elena did it, but no, it was Fran.
Yeah, I thought Elena did it too. Fran just shot him to the other side of the field.
Just Fran sitting here, don't talk about my daughter that way, you bitch.
Oh my god. I will say one thing that
I also
no,
I
go
was
on,
just gonna say I enjoyed the amount of mage representation this time around.
Thank you.
Lot more guys this time. Like, you know, they talk about them, but there's so few. And none of them took center stage. I'm just glad to see there are some.
Yeah,
I see more than the one kid who knows amateur magic.
and he was self-taught too. I agree. I really got the feeling that only women practiced magic in this universe up until this point, which nothing wrong with it. It just was kind of vague and ambiguous, and now it's great to see it clearly defined as like, no, both males and females are capable of magic, and it just depends, I guess, on the culture where Elena is, who practices it. Right?
Yeah. That actually reminds me. Are either of you familiar with a manga called Way of the House Husband? It's where the famous still of "Can I pet your dog? Only if I can pet yours" comes from.
More aggressive, me. You gotta have that aggressive delivery on that line. Cute dog.
Okay, it's made by
not bad yourself.
think
Mind if I pet yours? Only if I
Yeah.
can pet yours first.
I think it's made by the same mangaka that made Hinamatsuri. Don't quote me, but
I believe it.
it's actually getting a Netflix adaptation. But the way I bring that up is the reason I bring that up is I'm wondering, do you sort of get the vibes that it's more common for men to be house husbands in this universe?
I would say that considering how soft, nothing's wrong with her father, but how her mother seems to be more of the decision maker in her home country or city, certainly.
Women control the government, and men do battle through rap music.
No, we're not talking about Hypnosis Mike, though I really wish one of us watched it to do
I
so.
wish it made the
I
list.
I almost did, but I couldn't even watch more Noblesse.
It's if Hypnosis Mike made the list, it would be the stupid, ridiculous, dumb bullshit we are missing this season. However, let's focus on the show at hand.
I'm ready to hold up cards if you two are.
Sure, yeah. You go ahead.
Fuck, I'm gonna fuck this show. Fran is back. You know, it's been so while, it's been so long, baby. I'm happy to see you again. We're gonna have that nice haven't seen each other in a couple months sex. The one where you need to get a coat of paint on the walls after.
Jesus. Ah, Gilly.
Fran can take it.
Gilly.
Yes.
What say ye?
My manager's
like it,
show.
like I said, I had a good time with it, so I'm gonna fuck this episode. I would really like this show to just come to a solid decision about what it feels like being, but I had fun and it was nice, and the little scene at the end, which we actually kind of glazed over a little bit, with the where the whole question of if she likes flowers is because she was gonna shower her in them as she left. That was great.
It was really
Yeah.
sweet. It was really sweet. And also, like, I feel like she enchanted some of the Sakura Blossom petals to, like, be butterflies as well, kind of like combining their
Yeah.
thing.
That's what she did.
Yeah. It was just a really nice scene. However, not to hold off my card, this does actually bring me up one thing that I noticed about this episode. That did anyone else notice that this episode had people in the shade a lot more than in the light? Like the broom chase sequence through the canals, like it makes sense, like it's not bad, but when I was looking to take stills for our stream to use, like, to show different scenes while we're talking about this, that you all viewers will be, and listen, well, not listeners I guess, but viewers will be seeing, like I found myself looking for scenes when either Elena or the focus is not in the shadows, like it's not in the shade. Like with the water, like it's all really pretty, but like it was diluted. Same thing with the sakura blossoms, like the sakura butterfly, and the real goodbye between Elena and Fran and her students. I felt like it didn't pop as much because it was in the shade.
I mean, this seems to be the thing with this country is that it's very congested, like the
City.
buildings are close together. I don't know. It didn't really catch me off guard.
I simultaneously enjoy it and also kind of wish they didn't. I enjoy it and respect because I respect it. Like, no, like we need more scenes in the shade. Like, shade is an atmospheric tool that we don't use as often as I think we should. It depicts a very different mood and narrative. However, this show is fucking gorgeous and just more color in my eyeballs, please. This isn't a critique or a complaint. It's just a thought I wanted to express. Oh right. I'm fucking the show. Drum rolls. Yeah. Proverbial
Since episode 1.
proverbial drum roll, please, in your heads. I am fucking this episode of Majo no Tabitabi, and it feels good. This is more like it. Like, while not quite there in terms of like magical spectacle, magic or set. Well, no, the setting was pretty great. Like, it wasn't like high elven forest tree houses or like Atlantean kind of like merfolk civilizations. The city itself was full of life and culture and just stuff of just something was there. I've already talked about this in the past, so I won't repeat myself. But while I do want more magic and more setting spectacle, this was gorgeous scenery, lighting, shading, water, and I finally had substance and consistency, and that I liked from this show. Like, it's a shame that they had to have Fran come back for this to happen. I would like to enjoy the show without, even when Fran isn't here. But yeah, this episode was sweet, wholesome, and had me feeling actually present and understanding the world we were in this time. The positive vibes at the end was just a nice plus, because now I just don't know if this show wants to make me feel bad. And this episode didn't. This is a fuck, but I'm still a little hesitant, so I'm very curious to see what the next episode brings, because like Gilly already said, consistency isn't this show's strong suit.
I just think you can't have expectations for each episode you go into. Don't expect consistency. Expect, okay, what story is it? I'm on board for whatever it is.
Okay.
That's the attitude I've taken towards this show, and I've been enjoying nearly every episode. So
I hear you, and I will try to keep that in mind for the next episode and moving forward if this show survives. That being said, whether or not it's consistent, the character Elena needs. Like, I'm all for multifaceted and complex characters. Like, characters don't need to react and be one or even two dimensional. Like, I want depth. So if Elena is mean to someone, and if Elena is nice to Fran and students but mean to someone else, like, that's fine. I just need there to be a core, consistent character that is my lens and look into this world through. That being said, this episode also gave me substance for our setting, which is what I've really been craving. So if this show is going to go to more fantastical places, have this level of character consistency, and give me substance for each location, as well as an interesting story, I am here for the whole of the ride, and I might even forgive the episode 2, 3, and 4. Maybe. We'll see. Because me and Majo no Tabitabi had a bad breakup. But we're talking again, so let's see where it goes.
Well, speaking of bad breakups, Nagatsu Warheit Zerst, episode 3. In this, episode 3, the smuggler crew finds bodies piled up in the forest. They help search for 2 missing girls. They find one of them, but they are hunted by a monster. They kill it while searching through the ruins, and the other daughter, but it turns out the monster was the other daughter. Dun dun dun.
So, 2 things.
This episode fucking confused me. No, seriously. What the fuck? The thing happened 10 years ago. How is the daughter the monster now? What happened?
So here's my question to you, Meep. Is the daughter the monster? Or was the mother the monster?
Maybe? Was that supposed to be the implication? If so, what happened to the other daughter?
We don't know.
I...
Also, the creature that was living there might not be the only one. It is also potentially implied that the quote-unquote cold fire, mana, stream, whatever the fuck it is can cause humans to turn into monsters or people into monsters. I don't know if we have other like fantasy races.
The only thing it's been said is that it can cause diseases. And
it's true. Oh my god, what if the little sick girl turns into a fucking monster midway in the season?
no. No. This episode was just fucking confusing and a lot of walking back and forth literally between the town. I hate like this whole thing of like the symbol or the cold fire. I get it. We're supposed to know because it's from the mobile game, but seriously.
I don't think. Oh, I disagree. Maybe because it's a mobile game anime, but I think they're building intrigue by trying to put that out there. Like Cold Fire, the Imperial, what I'm sure is going to be some kind of like research and development department. Also, the Universal logo still catches me off guard.
Gilly, how are you feeling on this episode?
So as we lead into every show here, I don't take notes, those don't work for me. I just go and I revisit the episode in my mind because usually that's why I watch it the night before because it's all still pretty fresh. And I was sitting here remembering this episode, and my head started to hurt because that's how I felt watching it. Because I have no fucking clue what the
Thank
hell
you.
was happening at any given moment in this episode.
Thank you.
I already am confused with every episode of the show. It always feels like, oh god, I'll wait till he comes back. Every episode of the show, I always feel confused, but this one, I felt like I didn't feel like there was any reasoning or purpose behind anything. There was just words and scenes and a creature that got stabbed, and it didn't even feel like it got stabbed because it was stabbed in a really awkward way that wasn't showing how, and my brain hurts.
Yeah. Animation was really bad this episode. Normally I love animation, but this episode was bad with animation. It was just
Man, it is.
During this episode is gonna make me have to take an ibuprofen because
Man,
I actually have a headache trying to remember how it went.
This time I'm on the other side of the field because I thought this episode at least was the most consistent in terms of its focus and animation. Like, the people looked pretty much consistently the same in every scene and not completely different one out of every 4 times they were on the screen. The weapons were all made sense. The monster design, while nothing really wowing, was alright and terrifying enough with its vertical eye and creepy sounds and familial implications. I do have one question, though. I have 2 questions, actually.
What are your questions?
Why the fuck did they take the little girl into the dangerous mission into the fucking laboratory?
Because they need someone to get attacked so blonde-haired boy can kill again.
That was fucking stupid, and they spent the 2/3, if not 3/4 of the episode looking to save the little girl. They save her, and then they take her on the raid into the dangerous human or animal scientific
Yeah, and why did every piece of incriminating evidence they find they just throw away? Like,
I don't think they throw away. I think they just like put it in their inventory.
No. Flag/blonde-haired boy literally just looks at the picture of the monster. Ooh, what's this? Throws it away.
Oh, because he was disgusted by it.
But that's stupid, though. This character isn't supposed to be retarded. He's not supposed to be stupid. Sorry.
Yep, you call yourself. Go on.
He's not supposed to be stupid. He's supposed to be a coward, which I'm okay with them building up this, like, him being more brave. I'm not okay with him doing actual dumb shit for the sake of doing dumb shit.
I
Like,
don't
he's
know.
shown himself competent earlier.
I don't know. It made sense to me that someone who's lived a simple life in a city, never having to deal with monsters, and now seeing human experimentation monsters, being repulsed and disgusted and kind of throwing away, you know. Like, we always pretend that, like, because we play, Outlast, Resident Evil, Dead Space, whatever, like, any of our, like, body horror games, that if this was to happen in real life, we would be, like, not phased by it because it's like, oh, we've seen it. But, like, these people, this is, like, the first time in his life he's seeing something like that, so I believe his reaction.
Well, my problem isn't with him being disgusted. My problem is with him not going, hey, someone look at this. It takes $0 to say, yeah, look at this, and toss it to his love interest, because that's who she is. That's what she's meant to be. Fucking sucks.
Once again, you're shipping things that I don't see, but hey,
I'm
who
not
knows?
shipping. I don't want them to be a couple. I'm not shipping. I actively don't want that. But because it's a fucking anime, everyone has to have a love interest.
I mean, we'll see. You may not be wrong, but that being said, again, I just can't agree with you on that. I don't see his character being like, "Hey guys, check out this piece of intel." Like he's still lost and anxious about and panicking. There was a cool scene where
Yet he goes into the forest alone to find the girl.
that was fucking stupid. I agree 100%. That was fucking dumb. There's a whole scene before that moment where he's being a coward, and Klaus, the blonde boy, the kind of dickish dude, or the jerk as they call him, decks him in the face because he's being a coward, and he's talking about, like, he's like, hey, you know what, like, let's just give up on finding the girl. You'll be fine. She's just your granddaughter, and she gets punched in the face. And I'm like, all right, cool. Inner party conflict. Consequences.
But it's not addressed at all.
Huh?
It's not addressed at all. Like, there's no, like, confrontation. It's just get punched. Next scene.
They walked away from him.
And everything seemed to be fine between them, like, 2 scenes after.
Yeah. I think it's because he found the girl that everyone silently forgave him.
Wait,
also,
why do they need to forgive blonde-haired boy? Like, they need to forgive Klaus for decking him.
Why? He's being a shitty fucking coward and saying, forget this little girl, just let her die, save ourselves.
Yes, I understand that. It's shitty that he was being a coward, but I don't. They weren't shown to be. Shown to be angry at him was Klaus.
Klaus has been low-key talking shit about him the whole time he's been there.
Yes.
Because he annoys him.
I enjoy that.
Gil, you got anything to add on this?
Just something to say about what you mentioned about them bringing the child to this dangerous situation.
Why the fuck did they bring the kid?
This show has its genres listed as action, fantasy, and magic, but 2 out of 3 episodes, I think you can add child endangerment to that as well. Because out of the 3 episodes, this is the second time this has happened. Happened in the last one, it has happened in this one. It's becoming recurring. I have a concern.
Yeah, episode 2, it makes more sense, though, because, they have to escape. This episode, it doesn't. They're just fucking stupid.
Yeah, in the second episode, In the second episode, they're literally doing like, follow me, because we need to escape this fucking city. But like in this one, it's just like, we found her, we saved her. Okay, let's go on a fucking monster hunt. Bring the child we were trying to save. What the fuck?
I mean,
They
they weren't
also
looking for
have a
the monster. They were looking for the girl, but it's still dumb.
They knew
We're
the
also
monster
having a-
was there.
we're also having a consistent theme with Inumo Mel, our coward boy with just abandon the children being his go-to now.
I
Fuck
guess.
Yeah.
those kids.
Each time it was a younger girl, which I assume he gets since because he has a little
younger
sister. Yeah,
which
yeah,
is
yeah.
what's really weird about it to me. He has a younger sister, and he keeps having this go-to of just leave the little girl. That worries me.
Like, once he sees her, he saves her, so maybe he just didn't fathom how young they may have been? I don't
No,
know.
they told him she's like 5, 7 years old.
I guess, I don't know. Maybe once he saw the actual person, he recognized, oh, that is a person there. I don't know. I
They
don't.
brought a fucking 5, 6, or 7-year-old on a monster hunt. Why?
Yes, and it's dumb, and I didn't like that. I didn't like this episode.
What was the insinuation I was supposed to be getting when the little girl saw the ring on the creature's hand?
Yeah.
What was the insinuation I was supposed to be getting there?
It's the other sister. That because they never found the other sister.
I think it was her mother because it was on her ring finger.
What? But they didn't mention that the mother went missing. They just
They
all
did.
it said
She
was
did.
like,
They said their mother disappeared.
I thought they just said the mother isn't here anymore.
Oh, well, maybe I'm connecting dots in my own head then.
I think, judging by the Adachi scene earlier with Shimamura's mom. No, I'm
I
joking.
still don't know if I believe you guys. I gotta go back and rewatch that episode now.
Should we believe you? Is the question.
I don't know.
Should we ever trust you?
Who's
No,
sus? Dalaran sus?
I don't know. It just
I was in electrical.
everything just felt. No, you weren't. I saw you vent. But no, everything was just so confusing. I didn't know. I didn't understand any of what was happening.
Which is
So, oh, sorry.
which is funny to me because like this is the first episode of the 3 episodes that actually made sense to me. Like I actually was sitting there and being going like, okay, I understand what's happening.
So, from what I can understand, this is the timeline of events. 2 days ago, the little girl went to go play, and she was playing in the ruins. The cold fire or the lightning strike or whatever it was there turned her into the monster. Then people started going missing when search parties weren't sent out. The other little girl went out to go look for her. And then our smuggling group comes in. That's the timeline of events I have that I was able to put together through a bunch of non-secular nonsense that shouldn't make sense.
That sounds right to me, except one detail. I think the
Everything?
lightning. Huh?
Everything? That one detail?
I think you're right on everything, except if I'm remembering it correctly, it was lightning strike, like abnormal, unnatural lightning strike, and then like 2 days later, the older sister went out to play in the woods, and she disappeared. And then everything like you followed. Then the little sister went out to look for her, and she disappeared, and the search party went out and all got slaughtered. Which
Right, because the search people went to look at the lightning, everything was okay. Then the little sister went,
the
disappeared.
older sister went.
Or
Disappeared.
older sister went, disappeared, and then that's when people started going missing. Okay, so
Which-
if I'm getting the timeline of events correct, did the lightning strike the cold fire? Is that what happened?
I think the lightning has something. The magical containers they have, the purple stuff, seems to be what they. I think is what they blew up in the opening of the first episode. And I think when the purple stuff is released, it is quote unquote cold fire. I think. I don't know. And the lightning also looked like the explosion and destruction we saw in the first episode, in the opening scene of the first episode.
Maybe? I don't... None of it makes sense. None of it is explained.
I don't think... But that's the thing. I don't think we're supposed to know right now. I think this is the setup. This is the intrigue setup.
It does a bad job of intriguing you because it just leads you with, at least with me and Gilly, it leaves us with hurt heads trying to wrap our heads around it. The fact that it's a consideration that, oh, the monster was the mother when it could also be the sister, that needs to be at least cleared up.
I don't. This is so weird for me to be the one arguing this right now, because when it comes to like shows like Majo, Tabitabi and other shows, I'm like, no, like I need my answers. I need the thing of what is happening here. Oh, I cut out. Even if they don't answer the question, because I agree, it's either the sister if it's not the mother, and due to the timeline we just established, I'm pretty sure it's the mother, because the ring is on the finger, and the other ring.
They both had a ring.
Yeah, but she wore the other ring as a necklace, which implies that this is a wedding ring because it's on the ring finger, which could be her father's ring, which she wears around her neck, and her mother's ring was never... We don't know. But it's weird for me to be on this position because this time I'm like, I don't need the answer. I want it. I want that shrieking reveal of whether or not that this creature, this monster, whatever happened to them, happened to either her sister or her mother, but I don't need it.
But we don't need to revisit these characters or this location. There can be a mystery here that sets intrigue for what the Capitol is doing, what Mr. Lieutenant Face is doing. That's fine. But when you do that, there does need to be clear answers of the mystery.
I will say this. Yeah, okay, fine. You're right. I get you. No, okay, I understand why you feel this way. I'm not saying what you're feeling is wrong. I mean, I genuinely don't want to tell people what they feel is wrong, because one's feelings are their own. But we've obviously had two different reactions to this episode. However, let me ask you guys this, because I said I had two questions, and the first one was, why the fuck did they take the little girl on the monster hunt?
Because they're dead.
They are so stupid. I kind of wish they gave her the fucking rifle. Just for the
child
fucking...
endangerment, the genre.
Oh yeah, child endangerment.
So far we've had 2 Nina Tuckers in this show.
Jesus.
Don't act me deaf to reality.
Why? Why is this show making me feel bad for the monster? Why was this show trying to make me feel bad for the monster? And why was it working? Like, in the moment when they showed the monster in the ruins, I had a terrible feeling in my stomach, and it all came true, and I felt bad. When it died, it looked like this fucking terrified animal, and I'm like, fuck, why am I feeling things for this show?
Well, okay, I understand what it was trying to do and where it's coming from. It's, this used to be a person, the whole cliche of they were once a person, they had lives and families, and the big bad government did this. Like, I understand what it's going for, but at the same time, it's just, man.
I mean, the government also has factions and sects in it, apparently. So this could just be a renegade sect.
We skipped over this scene entirely because it was completely unnecessary. What the fuck was the white-haired lady again?
Yeah, that part I don't fucking get. I rewinded 3 times, and I'm like, we don't... With the monster, with the main story, with the core episode, you guys are lost. I had enough to understand and follow along. In this one, we are not given context because we don't know where she was last episode. We don't know who she's talking about. And they're talking about stuff as if we're supposed to know about it. and they don't even have the decency to go like, as you know, this and this person is this, and like, we have no context. What the fuck?
Is she the traitor they're talking about, or is she investigating the traitor? Why are they talking about this traitor laundering money? What the fuck is happening?
I don't fucking know. I have no fucking idea.
This show is confusing. Kill it. Get it out of my life. Fucking kill it. I know I'm jumping the gun by holding up a card, but
No,
just
I've said all the things I wanted to say about the show. Gilly, what are you doing? You're sitting across the table from Megetsu Warhide Zerst. What will you do?
What I've literally been doing this entire time while trying to make my headache go away. I have been flicking my knife open and close. I'm ready for what has to be done.
Damn. I'm fucking this episode. I wasn't really warm on this show. In fact, I was really getting kind of drawn away, but just I know I'm the single one here, obviously. Uh, I'm the sole voice out of us three, but like, this episode was compelling to me. It wasn't particularly good. There were some really stupid moments, but I don't know, like, human experimentation confirmed. There's like this whole intrigue with like the mother or the daughter, which kind of has me interested and intrigued. I mean, I let's see how the rest of the show goes. But if this dies, I guess this no longer applies. But personally, I'm down to see where do they go with this. Like, what do they do with everything? The problem with the show is that it juggles a lot. Like, it is juggling a lot of things, and it adds more with each episode.
what do you mean it's juggling a lot of things? It dropped them like 20 minutes ago. with the fucking scene with the elf.
Like, yeah. I mean, I don't know. For some reason, this episode, with its storytelling and the kind of like just like interactions between people, got me interested. I I don't know. This could be promising, but like any juggling act, it could be really impressive if it manages, or it could totally flop and be a total disappointment. At this point,
sorry. I was just gonna say Tabitabi had a better juggler in episode 5.
It was a good juggler. God, the country's in such a good place. I'm gonna yeah.
Why do we have to leave?
Everyone just does magic there because they love magic and they just want to integrate it into their lives. That's a little extra clip it from Majo no Tabitabi that we didn't mention. It's good. It feels good. I digress. Point is, with this show, and I'm a little surprised to be saying this, I am more than willing to give it another episode, like another week, to show me more and what they do. If this show ends up dying because it's the only double knife or there's no triple knife and whatever, if this show dies this episode, I'm not going to be devastated. I'm just a little bit saddened because the show finally gave me something to make me interested, and it's going to die. That being said, it's not like I'm...
You don't have to stop watching.
Yeah. Sure. But it's also, like, just to be clear, I'm not sitting here saying, like, this is the next Full Metal Alchemist. No, the show gave me something when I had nothing, and I'm intrigued. But let's see how the rest of this episode shakes out.
It's sure trying to kill children like Full Metal Alchemist.
I am definitely killing this show. There is no doubt about that. I've been trying to kill it since the beginning.
Well,
I hated episode 1.
I can understand where some of its own difficulties come from. Part of it being that their insistency to juggle multiple storylines at the same time. which is because we have two different main characters who have diverging storylines that meet that will probably meet a few times, but not like all the time.
Do we?
And
Do we have two main characters,
we
or do we have a main
technically-
character and a real
technically
main
the list-
character with Emmanuel?
Technically, we have two main characters. It's supposed to focus on both of them in different storylines and
I
different
don't know.
experiences.
I don't
didn't
know.
get
We
much
have
of the- we didn't get
protagonist.
much of
We have
Leocadio
protagonist
today.
Kun, and we have fucking actual main character.
Dalaran next episode is probably going to focus on Soldier Boy.
And that's probably when the show's gonna lose me, unless they do something really cool with the lieutenant.
Okay, no one caught my joke.
Wait, no, I heard.
It's got Emmanuel, it's got Leocadio, it has whatever the hell's going on with the lady who keeps getting like only a couple minutes of screen time as she does weird things like find a secret safe and then have a conversation.
That safe was not secret.
Technically anything's secret if you cover it up. A safe can be secret in a room if you throw a chamois cloth over it and it's slightly obscured. Technically, that's secret.
The things you're saying are technically right, but are also upsetting me.
I can understand where it's issues come from, but I just don't like it. And it keeps confusing me, and I don't... It's really hard for me to enjoy something when I'm constantly racking my brain trying to follow what the fuck is going on.
No, that's fair.
This show is like getting... Oh, sorry.
No, that's fair, Gilly. Go on, mute.
This show is like getting your urethra pierced.
I regret saying go on mute.
But it hurts like hell to follow through.
Jesus fucking hell.
Talking tip piercing or shaft piercing?
He said urethra.
I keep my question.
If we're done with this.
Speaking of children...
Don't say that. Not after what I just said.
Ochikobore Fruit Tart, Episode 3. Ino and friends must set up for the concert and help with lines. They meet their catty rivals, one being Roko's little sister. As well, they meet an upcoming idol. They perform the concert and it seems to be a success. Ino is still really creepy with Roko.
Ino is slowly becoming my least favorite character. Sakura is slowly becoming my least favorite character. Least favorite thing about the show.
I stay awake to listen to you snore. What the fuck?
Yeah, it's not cute.
That was very, very fucking weird.
Like, the show is trying to make it cute because it's focusing and fetishizing Roko's adorableness, right? Let's face it, Roko's a lolicon. And her snoring is like, hi-you. Like, it's cute moe snoring. It's adorable, but her... Someone get that girl a glass of ice-cold water because bitch is always thirsty.
And then they make two pee jokes in the same episode. Speaking of fetish stuff. Oh, I said speaking of fetish stuff, there's two piss jokes with her in this episode.
Well, I feel like the nervous urination is not so much a joke as they were just
they play it off as comedy.
I guess. I mean, everything is comedy in this show.
But why play that off as comedy when it just... I felt gross watching this again.
You see, I'm having a hard time arguing with you because on one hand, like, I want to be like, no, it was a joke, but then they did it the second time. And even if they were not fetishizing that specific thing, you brought up something I wanted to talk about this episode, so Meep, I'm gonna jump off of you real quick and address the fetishization in this show. There is a scene. This episode is much better with fan service. Much, much less of it. But there is an explicit fan service moment when they make the joke because their mouse production industry is so poor they can't afford changing rooms. So they have to change in the van. And their manager told them to wear underwear or undergarments that they would not be embarrassed being seen in.
No, she tells them to wear underwear, wear clothing and underwear that would be easier to be seen. That's what she tells them. She basically tells them to look sexier.
And she does tell them to look sexier, that's true. Because
the manager's fucking creepy too.
yeah, I don't like the manager. But that's, I think she does that in the beginning, but then the show, okay, so the very first episode, like the show opens up and you have them, they just finished their dance move and it's really cute and they're like, everyone is happy about their roles, like the costumes, like, oh my god, the costumes are great, the choreography's on point, the music is great, everyone's really happy, and then the manager is just like, you should show more skin. And I paused the show because I'm like, okay, here we fucking go again. I'm like, it was a really cute opening scene followed by lewd. I'm like, I didn't say here we go again. I remember this. I paused the show, put down my keyboard, and I'm like, God fucking damn it. Like, here we go again. But they fought back. They're like, they yelled at her no. And I'm still not sure where this show stands when it comes to excessive fan service, because that was good. But when they're changing in the truck and they're like, we need to be wearing, like, underwear that, you know, people might see in because we're going to be on stage and there might be upskirts and everything. Swimsuit. School swimsuit fetish. Bikini fetish. Stocking fetish. To the point of literally discussing the details of having a stocking fetish.
We can see the lines of your underwear, Eno.
And that is sexier than actually seeing the underwear itself. That is what they said.
And now they have a girl from junior high that they give sexual scenes to in the ending.
Probably the most sexual, like collar and leash.
At least 14.
And she has hentai heart eyes because cute.
I'm sorry if anyone is enjoying the show. Like, I don't mean to trash on it. This is just how I feel about it. Gilly, we've been trashing this show for a little bit. How have you been feeling?
Talk about how creepy Eno is, but this new girl that came in within minutes is now obsessed with Eno.
Right.
She is now absolutely obsessed with her. I think so. I'm just gonna say right now, I still enjoyed this episode, but the most uncomfortable scene for me was when she ran away. It wasn't like at first it seemed like the kind of heavy breathing of somebody who's tired, and then it very much showed itself as no, that's not. It's not that kind of heavy breathing.
Yeah, it's like,
and that was weird.
Yep.
Really, really weird.
Mm-hmm.
I want to know what this show's target audience is. Like, who's this show's target audience? Is it high school girls watching slice of life?
Hentai, don't want to watch hentai?
Is it like otakus and weebs? Like, is it older viewers? Like, who's this target audience? Because I don't know. The fetishizing is really weird. The arousal, like, if it's meant for, like, teenagers and they're trying to, like, do the go to horny jail joke,
They're doing it poorly.
Huh?
I said they're doing it poorly because they don't do anything with it. It's like, oh, haha, they're sexy. There's no, like, go to horny jail bunk. It's just there.
The bonk comes with Sakura always getting her comeuppance. Like, whenever Sakura goes lewd in this episode, someone always turns the table on her, and it's meant to be haha funny. I did not find that very haha funny. I found a number of scenes in this episode haha funny. I thought it was like there was a lot of. I still like what they do with animation and their kind of the comedic timing and their visual gags. The other thing. Go on.
I was just gonna say that in terms of the jokes, the whole reason she was even wearing stockings in the first place, which I did find funny when they brought it up, is because she heard them say like how big her legs are. She wanted to cover them up.
When they first show that joke, it's really funny because like all the four girls have to volunteer. Well, they don't volunteer; they get paid 100,000 yen. The whole group has to split basically $100. I think either $1,000 or $100, but which makes everyone get on board to help guide the lines into the main concert and also like merch table. And I'm like, yeah, this is I've been to and ran conventions and musical events. Cool, I get this.
Was that the scene where they took off their coats and then the line started surrounding them?
I wasn't bothered by because it's too accurate to life for me to be upset.
These grown men start to surround girls who they're not even in bras, they're just in t-shirts now.
Well, they didn't surround
their
them.
Shoulders are showing.
Post-Victorian Japan, man. I mean, do you really want to get into a conversation about the problematic presence in idol culture and idol fans and idol otakus?
Man, Agretzko season 3 took care of that well.
Cool.
Listen, I understand that there's that toxicity there, but it's not doing anything with it. It's just there. They surround them. Haha funny.
Well, they didn't surround them. Part of the line broke off to go look at these new idol girls who are taking off their jackets. Which is
in a heavily implied, like, this is for sexual reasons, because that's
100% for sexual reasons.
Roko says, okay, you aren't allowed to take your jackets off now.
Because Sakura and Nina have boobs, and boobs. They have bobs.
That's what I don't like. Maybe I'm just salty because this show seems to have such a heavy like Yuri implication with their main character and now this new side character introduced. But it's not doing it well. And we have another show that does do it well. Maybe I'm just salty because that, but I feel both gross and bored when I watch this show.
Yeah, no, Adachi no Shimura is like a triple chocolate raspberry mousse cake, and this is like
this is the show that takes a shit on that cake.
Yeah, this is like angel food cake by comparison. Like it's they don't compare. This is no, the quality's not the same.
I liked Gremlin Hayu this episode.
She was cute. Hayu's best girl.
I made that an emote. I should actually make that an emote in the FMK server.
You should absolutely add it to our FMK server. And for those of you listening and not part of our FMK server, if you guys are watching us live, follow along with the link that's going to be dropped right now. Otherwise, if you're on YouTube, check the comments or the description. Join the conversation and let's talk anime, y'all, because this is why we're here.
Join me in talking about how Bakugo is the best character.
And how absolutely fucking wrong you are. I digress, though.
Yeah.
What I was leading up to before was there is a level of fetishization in this show that I'm uncomfortable with. Mipa's very uncomfortable with, but I can't tell how they're dealing with it because sometimes it looks like it's just fan service and fetishization, and then other times they kind of make it like teenager, like schoolgirl talk, like girl talk between them. And like when it's between them and Ino isn't being like a thirsty creep, and gosh, Gilly, I really hope we're wrong about Kiwi Girl, about the 5th edition junior high school girl. I really hope we have the wrong read.
Don't call her 5th edition.
Huh?
Don't call her 5th edition. Don't ruin D&D like that.
A hard look at the camera. But when she came up to, like, wish Ino Sakura a good luck, I expected it to be, like, really, well, horny and, like, emotion, like a profession of, like, attraction. But it was actually kind of, like, genuine and less horny affection and more like, I want to be an idol too, and seeing you follow your dreams gives me inspiration, so don't give up, and I'm rooting for you. And I'm like, well, this is cute, this is wholesome, this is nice. Can you just do this and not that? Anyway, let's talk about the fucking dancing number.
It's a clip show.
It's
The fuck with those dance moves?
thank you.
What I was it was, I didn't hate it. It was funny. It was enjoyable. But what the fuck were they? What were those moves? They were so awkward. And oh god, no. You say what you were gonna say, because I have something else to say about the dance, but I want you to.
No, pop off, Gilly. You have the floor.
So the dance moves were really odd. They had better dance moves in the improvised thing they did episode 1, which is really funny. But one thing I did kind of enjoy is that, and this is sort of how I just saw it, they were very anxious about this whole thing leading up to it. And obviously there was the weird dance moves, but also seeing how they were just slightly out of sync was like that. That felt really. I don't know. I enjoyed that because I felt like that had to do with just the anxiety they were feeling of performing on a stage.
I didn't even notice they were out of sync.
It was very subtle, but it was there.
That's a great take, Gilly. And honestly, if the show puts that much attention to detail, that's a good feather in its cap, in its favor.
But next to all the ones covered in shit.
My dude, Gilly, I agree with you 100%. Like, the ending scene itself was really cute. The way, I think it was Roko and Ino who had, like, after they finished their performance and everyone started cheering, and they're getting into it, right? Like, they're becoming a real idol group, and they're kind of growing together, both as, like, individuals and a group. Like, it was really cute. The show and dance itself, I did not find it impressive at all. The song was, well, it's what you expect, from this. It's idol pop, so it's what you expect it to be. Like, it's not memorable, it wasn't catchy. Zombieland Saga, this is not, because the choreography felt, like, uncanny. Like, I remember this moment because when I saw it, I was like, all right, big show, what you got? The song, okay, doesn't catch my attention right away. Couple of really good still shots of the whole group, dynamic posing, awesome. And then the animation began and they started dancing, and my first immediate thought was like, oh cool, they're doing animation, they're not switching to CGI, like, they're not switching to CG, sweet. And then they continue dancing, and did they get a different team to animate the dance moves? Because they don't move like people. They move as if they were CG rigs. They move like...
Oh, sorry.
They move like VTubers. Like, it's... Not even, because VTubers have this kind of, like, stilted rig skeleton that kind of, like, keeps them more realistic. It doesn't make them super fluid or dynamic, but it also, like, doesn't have their heads move around like they're on a fucking gyrating machine or, like, jelly. Like, it felt wrong.
See, Dalaran, all the budget went into the van scene.
They sure do draw Nina not like a 15-year-old.
They sure do draw Roko's sister, not like her little sister.
Well, that's the joke.
That I know, that's the joke. I just didn't find it funny.
I mean, like,
I-
as someone who has a younger brother that is taller than him, I never actually, like, took it personally, but we've all made the joke of, like, who the fuck are you to be taller than me? Huh? Like, I got that.
But
Also, we didn't talk about those three
but
characters.
it's not. Your brother isn't 2 times your height.
Well, I am not a lolly, this is true.
Like Roku is like 3'2", and she's like 6'4".
You don't know that Dalaran's brother isn't 13 feet tall.
I am fairly certain his brother isn't 13 feet tall, Gilly.
Get me certain of that.
Also, we didn't talk about the manager that the other manager didn't totally doesn't have a sexual past with.
Oh, you mean Nappa?
Is that what her name is?
No. In the opening song, you talked about the
Right.
Vegeta Nappa the reference.
Oh, no, this isn't that character. That
Yes, it is.
was it?
Uh-huh.
Hmm.
Riri.
Did anyone catch my joke? Did anyone catch my joke about them being catty rivals? Get it? Cat.
Ignored it. Ignored it like it deserved.
Ho-Ho is not a likable character and her eyebrows are stupid, but I guess she is trying her best. I just don't find her that funny or endearing. Especially when she's being mean to Riri. And if Riri really is just like a precious being who just wants to do her best for everyone and have fun with the girls, that will make Ho-Ho only less likable. But if Higashi
Wait,
Riri...
what characters are you talking about again?
Ho-Ho? You know, the
Who?
legendary Pokemon from the best Pokemon generation?
Also the manager of Fruit Tart.
Yeah, manager of Mouse Productions of Fruit Tart, and Higashi Riri is the blonde manager for Cat Productions. And yes, there is a cat and mouse game.
I didn't.
Not manager.
I
Producer.
Oh shit, that's right. she got
There
promoted.
There was a whole point there because it's like she's younger than me and she's already the producer of the Cat Productions.
Yeah, I thought some of the jokes were funny. Like I thought I finally ditched her in high school, and now she's here in college. I didn't find the joke funny of she ruined my first love. It's like in kindergarten. Takashi asked me out. First of all, in kindergarten, how do they know what asking people out is?
It wasn't kindergarten. I think it was like grade school.
Then why were they drawn like kindergartners?
Because it's Moe.
Well, stop it.
Why are the twins older than
answer
everyone but half their size?
I never said that was a good thing. It's Moe. Can't just be your answer to everything. Just like it's shonen can't just be your answer to everything.
No, but this is actually Moe. Like, it's why does everyone in Kuma 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 Bear look like they're 8 years old when in reality they're 15 and 10?
Because Kuma 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 Bear is a bad show.
Because it's Moe, and you don't like Moe.
And I think the reason we've talked about it before, the reason I don't think we've talked about the other idol group, Cream and Mitsu, is because other than Roku's little sister, it's kind of just bland right now.
Yeah, we didn't get a lot.
The other two, we didn't get anything with the twins. Like, they just sort of said their names in unison, and then that was it.
I think it was implied that the twins are, like, super catty and, like, gossipy, but they didn't... I was really surprised when they're like, okay, Chane, and they just left, and I'm like, oh. I do like their designs, though.
It might just be the tooth, but it feels like they look a lot like Hayu to me.
All
It might
cat
just
girl.
be like a little skin tooth, but still.
All the skin tooth is a terrible fucking term.
Well,
Can I offer you this flesh apple? This skin apple?
can I hold up my
I
card?
oh let me pull up a picture of a flesh apple for you, Dalaran.
Please, please don't.
To
Also,
answer,
chat, Google at your own demise. Not even expense. Demise. You have been
also,
warned.
Dalaran, to answer your question with a question, can I hold up my card yet?
Go ahead, man. Let it rip.
I'm gonna take Sakura Ino and the manager into the car. I'm gonna sit them down.
Are you
About to
taking them
tell
to
them
horny
what
jail?
I'm about to tell them what they've been doing wrong with their life, and I'm gonna pull out my Glock 9, put one in Sakura's head, put one in the manager's head, and then just drive the van off a cliff into an ocean.
God, I wish Akudama Drive was the next show we were talking about so we can transition, but.
I mean, we can transition to Ikebukuro.
Well, I think we all need to hold up cards.
I know. I'm killing this show. Dalaran, are you gonna save Magetsu? Or are you gonna kill Magetsu?
Uh, Gilly, do you have a lot to say about the show? Or. Because I still have some things I want to go over.
I'll hold up my card. I'm gonna fuck this show. I like this show, and honestly, for the, I think it's just because I'm so used to it in anime in general. My brain just tends to completely glaze over most of the scenes that bother you guys. I'm so used to it in anime in general. My mind just completely glazes over it and just looks at everything else. I've grown accustomed. And part of that is because of my own decision as a child to watch all of Girls Bravo. I learned how to glaze over. Um that's yeah, if you ever wanna go on a awful trip, watch Girls Bravo. Um oh boy.
I did when I
But I
was a
don't know.
kid.
I glaze I just sort of my mind ends up glazing over all that stuff, and I just look at the stuff everything else, and I enjoy it and I have fun. I laugh. I actually watch it and don't hate myself.
Yeah, I am right on the fence with this show. I am right on the line. I I still don't fully understand. Like I'm not sure what to make of this show yet. The first episode was incredibly charming and the second episode was pretty fucking awful. The fetishization is weird. It's weird. It's weird and it makes me apprehensively uncomfortable. Though, apart from that van scene, this episode had much less compared to episode 2. Like, had a lot less of it. The ending scene was, like, super cute. Right after the show, like, all of them coming together. Uh, I, if I want better music. Like I wanted this show to be here because I wanted good music this season. And there's some great openings and endings this season, but no Showtime musical numbers have wowed me. So I'm hoping.
We have not gotten to certain shows yet, Dalaran.
I'm
I
just
have
saying.
built
I'm
some.
just saying where I'm at when it comes to that.
I know. I'm making a joke.
I know you are.
Though, let me know before you're about to hold up your card because I do want to say something real quick.
Uh, sure. Go ahead and say something. I can continue afterwards.
Okay. No. It's best saved until you're right about to hold up your card.
Okay. Then I guess all I really have to say about the show is that like the humor and the jokes they still land for me. Like I found myself being like, "Oh, hee hee ha ha ha, funny joke. I'm laughing, but I really am laughing." Well, maybe not laughing. I'm like chuckling or like I got a chuckle or a giggle or a smile or a hee hee every once in a while from this show. And with the exception of Sakura's like relentless. Ah, yes, let's just rip Drag Race at 12 in the fucking morning at midnight. My street's weird. Anyway, yeah, I like, with the exception of like Sakura's like relentless horniness, and I guess Ho the managers as well. Like, I think everyone is really cute, and I find each character to, I still find each character to be charming. Roko's facial animations when they make her the wet eyes like a little whited out, and like she's always upset and pouting and then like in a fit. Like, I'm not looking for like character growth here. Like, this isn't, if anything, Roko's more toxic than Adachi, but this show isn't serious, and it's just like she's funny because she's small and she angry about it. So
It's not funny.
I'm still. Oh, hold on. Well, you wanted to say something before I hold up my card?
Can I pose an argument?
Yeah, sure, of course. This is what we're here for, man.
If this show gets a knife, we then get a wheel. Tiebreakers are a part of the fun of this show. That is all I shall say, as I abscond into the shadows.
Ah,
We
man.
do things, Meep.
Listen, vote with your heart, but that's my argument.
Hmm. The show is starting to lose me. If
Just as Magetsu is starting to gain you. No, I'm joking.
you make a good point. That was good.
Listen, I'm not
Yes,
actually
good.
trying
I
to
won't
influence
lie, but boy, sweet boy.
I'm not trying to actually influence it. Vote how you want to vote. I'm just making funny joke.
You know what? I'm gonna give credit where credit is due. Um, I'm gonna give. Damn it. All right. How about this? If nothing else gets two knives, we put this on the wheel with Zurst and see who wins.
That's not how that works, Dalaran.
Uh,
That's not how the show works.
then I'm going to, with that reassurance, I'm going to go back and I shall regain my resolve and integrity. I'm still gonna fuck this show, but it is starting
There
to
we
lose
go.
me. If
You can't see me, but I'm shaking my head.
if this show had if this show had upskirts and other bullshit throughout the musical number, like if it was fan service during the musical number, it would be a knife. I'd be done. I want this show out of my fucking life. Get it away from me. But because this show gave me some cute moments and less lewds from I'm gonna be honest. I'm not optimistic. I think I'm gonna knife this show next episode the way it's going, but I'm willing to give it a little bit more rope. Because for all the bullshit that this show pulls, it has some genuinely sweet and cute moments with its characters. Hayu, when their local neighbors gave them gifts so that they have food when they go to the show and they don't have to be worried about hungry. And Hayu starts crying, like happy, like smile crying, but like she goes chibi mode for it. It's fucking funny. She's like, I used to be a musician and no one cared about me. This is great.
Gremlin Hayu is the only good part of this episode for me.
Yeah, I think if they looted the performance and it was full of upskirts and whatnot, I would be giving this episode a knife hands down. But
I mean, the performance was also just lackluster and not impressive, though, to me.
I am a
That's,
yeah.
and this is supposed to be a show, a genre that's really supposed to amp up the musical numbers, the performances. And if this is the pace that's supposed to be set for it, I'm not on it.
Damn it, me.
That's my opinion of it. Because this is the first performance they show. That a first performance is supposed to set the tone and the pace for an idol anime. like Zombieland Saga.
Man, you're making me reach for. Well, the funny thing about
I'm not
Zombieland
making
Saga,
anything. I'm adding on to what you said.
the funny thing about Zombieland Saga is that it actually does it catches the tone of the show, but the first musical number is like a throwaway gag completely. But the first real musical number is like a hip hop battle between two of them, which is
Maybe I'm thinking of a different show then.
huh?
I'm probably thinking of a different show.
Yeah.
'Cause-
Zombieland Saga is just fantastic. For those of you, even if you don't like idols, just watch Zombieland Saga because the musical numbers are fantastic. You have to be ready for over the top bullshit humor. Stop failing on me, push to talk. But yeah, this isn't about Zombieland Saga. It's a really funny show if you like over the top anime humor, and just the musical numbers are. But yeah, as much as Meep, you are making me reach for the knife card. We're not. We're supposed to, we're supposed to vote without politics. And as much as I really would love to see the wheel between Fruit Tart and Zerst, I had it written down that I'm gonna give this show one more chance to see if the second musical number is really good. Well, I guess it'll be the third. Damn it.
That's okay. That just means it can die next week.
As long as Zerst dies first.
I mean, we don't know what's gonna happen, right?
I mean, hey, Kuma Bear could get put on that wheel. Dear God, let Kuma Bear.
I already held out my card. I can't take it back.
Yeah, you fucked it. You are defiling this crack whore.
I'm just here to give Hayu head pats, and that's it.
Well, that is 2 fucks and a kill for Ochikobore Fruit Tart. Next, how do I even transition to this episode? Ikebukuro Westgate Park, episode 3.
Uh huh.
Makoto tries to help a father and widow learn how the widow's husband died. However, Makoto learns the husband was a bastard, wife beater, and their son wasn't his or the father's. They then reveal a couple killed the son. He started beating the shit out of a guy.
What?
You two first.
To be clear, a couple killed the aforementioned son when he started beating the shit out of the boyfriend, and accidentally. It was an accident.
Yes, it was an accident murder.
So
The guy deserved it, though.
yeah, no, I mean that's the thing. Like, this episode made me feel things.
Kind of things.
Many things. One of
good or bad things.
yes. One of those things, which, since you brought it up, Ready Meep, let's start at the end, is confusion. I mentioned in the last episode of Ikebukuro Westgate Park that I don't understand the morality compass of their decisions with the YouTuber, whatever, the fucking get pranked bro. This isn't
No
quite the
G-Boys
same.
this episode.
Hmm?
There were no G-Boys this episode. This was a completely Makoto episode.
It was a solo. Yeah. The King shows up. Takashi shows up. Not even... He doesn't show up. He gets called. He has like 2 lines. That's it. This...
Shut up! Stop calling me!
You're right. There were no G-Boys! It was pretty much like 90% Makoto. 95% Makoto. So I don't get it. Like, is it a Japanese... Okay, so we're jumping ahead. Fuck it. Makoto meets an old man. His son died in Ikebukuro. They said it was manslaughter. They never found the people, they never found who did it. He said his son was also got wrapped up in a gang and kind of ran it, but he was a kind guy even though he made trouble for people. And throughout the episode, it comes out that his son was really not as kind as he was, and that his father just really didn't know him. His father was like this jazz taxi driver and this really like wholesome old man, and he is a doting grandfather to who he believes is his grandson, who also turns out to not be his. And there was a couple who they were walking around, and after the mother of the grandchild tried to leave the son, he flipped his shit, hit her, and then left, and then he's picked a fight with the boyfriend and the girlfriend. I apologize if this is convoluted. The girlfriend pushed him off the boyfriend, and he fell down some stairs and cracked his head open and died.
Want to know what's even more convoluted? The girlfriend has apparently been pregnant for 5 years. I know legitimately that's not it, but the way, like, their whole reasoning for, we didn't turn ourselves in because our baby is on the way. It's like, has your baby been on the way for 5 years?
Oh my god, it really does. I know that's not what it is, but that didn't even click in my head.
That was the first thought in my head when that came up. It's like, have you been pregnant for 5 years, ma'am? Is that a cinnamon bun in your belly?
But that's the thing, right? Okay, I'm gonna jump the gun here because this is complicated to talk about abstractly. I really like this episode. It's not political. For the first time, this show is not political. I don't understand how casually everyone just came to the old man and were like, it wasn't like Gomenasai, it was, Hotane Gomenasai, and like the whole 9 yards of like, we are deeply sorry. We killed your son after 5 years of you wondering what happened. That it was us. We're really sorry. We wanted to tell you, but we were scared. We didn't turn ourselves in, and now we're married, and we're about to have a kid. And the father, upon finding out that his son was murdered by them, out of what happened, his son was abusive, and his grandchild that he loves isn't his, just smiles and takes it, and I don't understand.
The implication I got there is that he was ready to stop being the grandfather to the child, because once he's like, it's still Takashi's, right? And she's like, no. He's like, oh, so he isn't mine then. It's like, I was expecting a whole message of, oh, even then, I've still raised him, I'll still help.
Yeah.
But the implication I got is that he's like ready to quit, and it's like oddly weird, and I didn't like it.
It felt like he was heavily underreacting to a lot of stuff, and I honestly think it was just a whole thing of there was a lot that got dropped on him within the span of all of a minute and a half.
There was a lot that got dropped on us.
And I don't think the grandfather was able to really fully process everything that just got slapped across his face. Because they were talking about, like, we're not going to tell him. We're just going to let him think that I didn't find anything and just let everything go on. And I was partially okay with that. And then everyone came around the corner like, no, here's what really happened. And
yeah, the whole scene was very
really
like...
bad. And I felt really bad for him. And it hurt even more because, like,
yeah.
He's here not knowing how to feel, and then he's crying in front of the flowers, and he's just blaming himself.
Exactly.
It's like, I wasn't a good father, and I didn't see, and it's my fault.
I think, yeah, that's the only takeaway I could get from this, is that, like, out of everything he was told, finding out that his son was kind of a piece of shit made all that guilt and remorse he had kind of come forward, and he blamed himself, which is extremely sad. and makes me really thankful that the closing scene when he's driving Makoto home and Makoto's in the car with him, Makoto's last words of like the last words spoken in this episode was Makoto kind of looking out on this. By the way, this is all around Christmas time, kind of like the winter holidays are upon us. It's cold. This whole episode has a really somber feel. I'll talk about it more when I hold up my card when we do that. Not yet, but like somber is the main word I would use for this episode. And Makoto just like it's just silence as they're driving with like jazz playing faintly in the background, and Makoto just looks over and is like, you know, if you were my dad, I'd be really proud of you. And I needed that, man. I fucking needed that old man needed something, and I'm so glad he got at least that much.
Well, this is my take on this episode. This episode juggles a lot of sensitive topics: abuse, cheating, murder, grief,
Guilt,
guilt,
regret.
regret. It tries, but dropping just one, you drop them all. And I felt it mishandled a lot of those in this episode. Like the grief and guilt of the old man. I completely agree at the end. Was good. But the abuse is just kind of brought up, glazed over. Cheating, not so much. It's the whole thing of, oh, my abusive husband, I'm scared to leave him, so I'm dating someone else. Which, okay, it's a bit confusing because I had to rewatch it to figure out it's the current leader of that gang, which...
No, it's the second leader, not the current leader.
Okay, I guess I'm wrong then. Okay, but
Yeah,
anyways...
Apollo team is on gang leader number 3. She was with Tosho, whatever his name was, gang leader 1, Grandpa's son. And she then, the K name, Kaito, I think his name was the second leader.
Yeah. And then the whole murder aspect, it completely fumbles because it's confusing. The couple's reasoning for... First of all, the couple should not feel guilty about what they did. I don't think they should.
Don't know, man. They killed someone.
Let me specify. Once they had context that they know they saved Kaito or whatever his name's life, because it's implied that they sought out the other girl, right? It's implied that they talked to her like the day after or something, right?
I think the girl of the couple and the widow, the mother of the grandson, non-grandson, I think they knew what happened. Like they met and they agreed to. I think they knew about each other. Like I think they had an understanding. They just chose never to report it and just to let it go the way it was.
Let me rephrase my question. I don't think they should turn themselves in. Feeling guilty, yes. Okay, I'm jumping the gun a bit there, but they shouldn't have turned themselves in. They did a good thing. They stopped someone from being murdered. He struck first and tried to kill the husband. It's self-defense.
I mean, he was just beating the shit out of him, which I'm not excusing.
Self-defense, though.
I don't fully... Again, I'm having a hard time to argue because he really was kind of a piece of shit, but like allowing people to murder is a slippery slope. Like, there's a reason why we have judge and executioner, right?
Yes, but he struck first, was going to kill the girl's boyfriend. She pushed him downstairs. That's self-defense. She pushed him away from her husband, who, it was implied, he was ready to kill because he was so mad that his wife broke up with him.
Again, this is why the ending of this episode is difficult for me, because there's... Like, I can't argue with that because I agree with your logic. But the way it was delivered...
The only reason we feel bad is because the old man feels bad. That's the only reason.
For yourself.
Do you feel bad for the son and what happened to him?
I feel bad for the way he went out, yes.
Mm,
Because you're getting the insinuation that he was going to kill the husband. I don't think so. Probably hospitalize him for a long time, yes.
either way, that's still self-defense. It's like,
The
it's
average person is going to feel bad about killing someone, whether intentional defense or not.
yes,
And a lot of the time, they might want to turn themselves in to get rid of that guilt, Meep. That's a normal thing.
just I have this. I, as a person, have this whole thing with self-defense and feeling bad for defending yourself.
I think the crucial point in this in this conversation is that if she had pushed him and knocked him out, hurt him, we would be more understanding, and I think we'd all be on the same page. But even though it was an accident, I believe her when she says she didn't mean to kill him, but he fell in a way that cracked his skull and neck, and he died. And public execution, like there's a reason why we just don't let people decide who to kill and who gets to live and who gets to die. Like, again, that's a slippery slope when we leave that in the hands of each citizen. I agree that she should have defended herself, but the key point is that he died in this.
And Takashi was ready to go kill Kaito, and I fully believe this is a difference for me. I fully believe he was ready to kill the husband just over that transgression, because it shows the scene of him stomping on the husband's head. It's that I fully believe he was ready to kill him. Because that's how they paint Takashi out to be this episode.
Well, I think it's clear that no one here is a fan of Takashi.
Since both of you keep getting his name wrong.
Oh, I don't remember his name. What was his name?
Huh? It's just Toshi.
Oh, Toshi. Okay, Toshi.
That's it. It's just Toshi.
Man, fuck Toshi.
All my homies hate Toshi.
I mean, in fact, all of his homies did hate him.
Yeah. Also, can we at least agree the pacing was really weird in this episode? Can we at least agree on that?
No, I disagree. I liked it.
He goes to the one place. They tell him never come back after beating the shit out of him. He goes again. We'll tell you everything we know.
No, because he came back with their father. They thought Makoto had the wrong approach.
He specifically said, he specifically even said the second time around, I have his father this time, and if I have to bring him over here, I will. I don't want to. He was he realized his mistake from the first go round.
Because Makoto is used to dealing with Ikebukuro, but this is a different neighborhood. This is a different area of Tokyo. I think they're in Tokyo, right? I don't know if Ikebukuro is in Tokyo, but regardless, they're in a different prefecture or a different neighborhood with different gangs. And Makoto did his usual approach, which was coming up and being like, hey, I'm a reporter, or like I'm an article writer for like this newspaper and I'm trying to do a story, and he it's still Makoto, where he's just like, no guys, I'm like trying to do justice to this guy and his death, and give closure to his father. Like, I know his father. And they're like, yo, fuck that dude, he's a fucking asshole. Like, his dad's aight, but like Toshi can go fuck, like, nah, stop trying to dig shit up that you don't know about. And Makoto got his ass beat. And I respected the show for doing that, because he keeps pushing the point, and they jump him, and Makoto like gets some really good hits in. Like, he knocks out one of the dudes and like gets a couple of good punches on the other, but it's still 3v1, and Makoto doesn't win. And I respect the show that allows their main character to lose.
I also respect the driver from Magetsu. I respect him working a second job in Ikebukuro.
What? Oh, because
it's the same model. It's the same character model.
Kind of, but the characters are different.
The mustache, the clothing.
It wasn't not the driver though. It's the boss man.
Boss man? Yeah, maybe.
Also, I appreciate Westgate Ikebukuro Westgate's parks cult like racial inclusion. Like they don't only have Japanese characters or like you know what people imagine usually when they think Japanese. They have like black Japanese citizens, they have tourists, they have like it's a diverse cast. It's good to see in the show because we don't really get a lot of that in anime. In fact, anime has often been criticized for poorly portraying people of other color.
You know, it just reminds me, Gilly, do you want to tell Dalaran about what you were telling me about?
Uh, are you talking about the fact that it's as old as it is, or the fact that it's had a different animated series, or the fact that it's also going to get a live action series?
Both.
What?
This show is run before, but it was very different back in the day. The manga
Ikebukuro Westgate
is
Park?
yes, and the manga is from a good while back, and apparently in the next year or so they want to do a live action series.
So what's
So
the deal? Why is this show getting so much love and attention and funding?
I I'm not sure. I think it has to do with just I think it has to do with the manga more than anything else. Because from what I can tell, it's actually the manga is very loved,
Huh.
uh, which makes me kind of want to read it, but I don't want to. Well, actually, I think this takes a very different take on it, so it might actually be safe to read. Um,
Oh, holy shit. I looked up the art of the manga and it is very different.
yes, it is.
It
Isn't
is.
Makoto a girl in the manga? Or am I thinking of a different show that swaps genders for the anime?
I don't know, but the girl.
One of our shows this season does.
There's one of the female leads is straight up looks like a Ganguro girl, so which only makes me assume this manga came out in the 90s.
It did, yeah.
All I know is all I know is one of our shows this season. In the manga, the main character is a girl, where in the anime, the main character is a guy. So
It could potentially be this, although I don't know. I think
maybe
Makoto still looks like Makoto, just a bit more goofy, way more goofy.
I know it's not Jujutsu.
But
Well,
I
regardless.
digress. The show does get is getting a lot of has gotten a lot of love and is going to be getting even more.
Well, I not to play my hand too early, but like I kind of understand why. Do you guys, for those like watch our previous episode, guys, like you'll hear my thoughts on this series thus far, and they've been pretty overall positive and impressed with how they handle subject matter. Also, it is confirmed Makoto's dad is no longer in the picture. We don't know if he's dead or if he left, but
No, he says if my old man was still alive, so he's dead.
oh, okay, yeah. Well, in that case,
He's
there you
dead.
go.
Dead.
And this happens like in the first scenes, and like this whole episode is like way different. It's only episode 4, but it's already way different than all the other episodes. It's not political. There's no front-loaded message. The show is usually bright and kind of like stylistic in like a subtle like kitschy way. um I honestly think the anime did not know where to put the opening in, so they just said fuck it, we'll just put it in here because you have this really gray, so somber setting for this story, and then you get this like really bright, colorful, stylistic, wild opening in this upbeat, crazy, like cool song, and then it just goes right back to it, and it felt weird for me, and I love the song. It didn't fit this time. But what are you gonna do? An opening is an opening.
I have one more question before I've said all I've really had to say. Was it also an implication that Makoto related because Makoto's dad was a piece of shit?
Uh, Run that you cut out at the beginning. What about
I,
Makoto?
I said So my question is the implication of why Makoto relates to the dad so much, is the implication that Makoto's dad was a piece of shit too?
I mean, his mom is tough as nails, so maybe?
Because we know we know for a fact there's a dead sister, right? Like because
What?
that's in the show description, right?
Oh, right. It's still not addressed at all.
And if his dad might be a piece of shit, is there any like dots? Like obviously like no concrete dots, but something to think about. I don't know.
Huh. Well, that's the thing. We don't really know about Makoto's backstory, and part of me doesn't care. Not like I don't care. Part of me doesn't need to. Like, part of me accepts Makoto as who he is and what we've been having him as. The other part of me, I'd be down to, episode 6 go into Makoto's story. Um,
Yeah.
I don't know. But
Red Angels also have not shown up again since episode 2.
like I said, I don't think they will because that's the season finale. I think starting next episode, we're gonna start seeing them creep up more. Because I mean, if this show hits us with another heavy episode like this, so this is a sad, this is a sad week for anime. This week is a lot of sad. All right, like this week has a lot of sad, and this is probably one of the more prominent ones.
Only one show made me cry this week. Stay tuned to find out which one it is.
And there's the I was hesitating to ask if it was this one, but all right, very well. Keep your secrets.
No, I largely thought this episode handled a lot of its material poorly. I did not enjoy myself this go around. Whereas I last week I said, oh, if we don't get an overarching plotline, I'll probably. That's not the reason why I'm gonna do what I do this week. I'm ready to show my hand. I'm gonna knife the show this week.
I wasn't actually ready. There was some more things I want to talk about.
Oh, I thought that's what we were gearing up to because we've been on this.
Gilly, is there anything
Sorry.
else you want to address?
There's just a couple things that I found a couple things I found funny. One was with the grandson who just he says his name and he lists like all the stuff like I'm this many years old and I love fruit. It's like, oh well, I work at a fruit stand. That's convenient.
I also like fruit.
It's like, oh, fruit. Do you like? I wish he asked if he liked fruit in his ramen. Mostly
Shut the
because I
fuck
want
up,
that.
Gilly.
Mostly because I would want that response.
No.
Now I'm gonna post something while I continue to speak. Uh, but I don't know. I found that cute and that was fun. Uh, and then there was also the response from Makoto's mother when they come by and Makoto's all beaten up. It's like, that it happens all the time. He's okay. Huh.
Yeah, and then like 2 scenes later, Grandpa is just like, "You shouldn't worry your mother," and he's like, "Please, my mother worries me."
It's I don't know. I just did. They were those are really those are just really
I
fun, cute little moments.
I didn't know where this episode was going in the beginning, but like Gilly just mentioned, when he's sitting there with the grandpa and they're like talking about stuff, he's like, "You remind me of my son," and like, "You remind me of my dad," and then like the grandson comes and grandpa like life comes back to the grandpa. He's like, "Hello," and he's like, like, "Hey, I'm Makoto," like. I like Ikebukuro. What's your name? And everything that Gilly just said, like the whole opening scene is painfully adorable and wholesome. Like both the kid and like the parallels being drawn between Makoto and the old man, and it's just, I mean, he's not even that old, to be honest. Like he looks relatively good for his age. It's not like he's just like GG, but Um, it's I'll talk more about this when I hold up my card. It's just that it was I didn't know how much it was gonna hurt me, but like it was like painfully wholesome and just so just feels good. And I agree with Meep where I don't understand the thing that it was the way the couple confessed to the murder and the reaction to that kind of made the episode not stick the landing. It didn't. I'm not holding up a 10 when I hold up my card, but oh well. At least they poured Guinness in a proper Guinness pint glass, which I respect. Much approved. And we got to see Makoto discover jazz, which that was fucking cool.
Jazz music was actually really nice. It was really good.
And
And
apparently
I'd love to ride in a taxi like that.
Yeah, apparently jazz taxis are a thing in Japan.
Me?
All right, Meep, hold up your card.
I already did. I held up the knife and I pushed Makoto off that roof when he's jumping with the little girl.
When he's what?
In episode 1, when he's jumping with the little girl across.
Oh, Jesus, fuck me.
I pushed him off and made Mion watch as he cracked his head open on the pavement like the bottle of ramen.
The bottle of ramen.
Don't read into it.
How about you, Gilly?
I didn't say bowl.
How about you, Gilly? Where do you sit?
I'm gonna fuck this show. I continue to enjoy it. It was a it this obviously of the episodes so far, this has been my least favorite, and mostly just because it literally was just the ending that a lot of the very end of it just felt off, and I still enjoyed it, and I'm pretty sure I'm going to continue to enjoy it. I just like how this show does things.
You can't see me, but I'm nodding. I'm impressed that this episode wasn't political. Even though I kind of already buckled in for the political ride, I was like, all right, every episode, give me some social issue or some political talking point. Like, come on, let's go. Let's learn what Japan wants its people to think and feel.
This you can kind of argue the political vigilance.
The political is like the domestic abuse,
Vigilanteism, raising a child that isn't yours biologically.
If any of those, if anything, it would be domestic abuse.
Yeah, like it's trying to keep this moral center for each episode, which this one felt really phoned in to me.
I didn't personally get that vibe. I agree that there were.
They try to juggle so much to me. They're trying to juggle like 8 different things where something's gonna feel forced.
I agree that there were like issues satelliting this episode, but considering the structure of all the other episodes where an issue becomes brought to our attention through Makoto, a character comes that deals with this specific issue, and Makoto, through the assistance of his connections and G-Boys, resolves the issue, and we all learn about it on the way. To me, in this one, the focus was the grandpa, and it was like the death of the son. I felt like this was a much more personal episode, and ironically, whether it be ironic, coincidental, or a better term, I found it to be in its favor. Like I said when we first started talking about this show, this episode made left me feeling many things, many emotions, mainly sadness, but it wasn't really like a deep, painful sadness that kind of makes me want to cry. It was this more like dull, lingering, somber sadness. Like, my eyes watered a bit when the grandfather, like, for most of the grandfather scenes and just the ending and just empathizing and understanding the weight that this man, who hasn't really done anything to deserve this but has been left in these unfortunate and unfair circumstances. It was really sad. The whole episode was somber. The colors were diluted. Unless only when the jazz music was playing, we'd get those warm, like blurs and lights and everything, and like that was really cool. But otherwise, like the energy and the emotion, the pacing was all somber. Again, I don't fully understand how everyone reacted the way they did at the end of the episode. It kind of, we all said it already. You all said it. I don't need to repeat it. But regardless, this was still very good. Some of the realest and most human interactions we've seen from this show. It's warm, yet it's a warm yet sad story. Like, it's told around the times of the winter holidays, and that only adds to the kind of depressing factor that's present here. And it succeeds in simultaneously being wholesome and sad and like somber. So I'm gonna fuck this show.
What do I get for Christmas this year, Grandpa? A cease and desist.
Yeah, not me.
Oh.
I will say this: like the show kind of left it ambiguously, but like I really hope he's like the grandson kind of gives him life, Like I really hope he continues treating him like his grandson. Like, I wouldn't want to take away from that old man, because, like, I was scared that we'd see the old man kill himself, and I really did not need that.
I was gonna say, it left it up in the air that, it sadly left it up in the air that it feels like he either moves past this, continues to be a grandpa, or he offs himself, and that makes me feel things.
Yeah.
I was worried he was going to drive his car off the pier with Makoto
Yeah.
in it. I'm not even gonna lie. That's legitimately where I thought it was going.
Yeah,
Do you think if Makoto didn't say, "I'd be proud of you if I was your son," do you think if he didn't say that, he would have done something drastic?
Thank you, because yes, because if
That might
Makoto
be
did not
what
say,
keeps him.
if Makoto did not say, if I was your son, I would be proud of you, or I'd be proud, yeah, if I was your son, I would be proud of you, I would have been in this conversation would have gone very differently. I would have opened the episode with, "Did the old man kill himself?" God, I really hope not.
I want the old man to be Makoto's dad now. I know I'm killing this show, but I want the old man to be his dad.
It was just, he was a really good character.
Just fucking the old man coming to Makoto's fruit stand with flowers. I'm in the market for a new son. Just these are for your mother. Dance them to him.
Comes out of his fruit stand one morning holding a world #1 dad cup. Sup, just fucked your ma.
I was in the market for a new son.
We joke because we genuinely felt for this man, and I think that's to this show's and this episode's testament. I think I speak for all of us when I say we wish the ending was better.
Honestly, I felt for the wife more than him, but I did feel for her.
She was... That's the thing, like, if the topic of this episode was domestic abuse, it did not get enough attention.
Which is why I'm like, why? Okay, I understand why it's there, but why not give it any attention? That just feels like you're really cheapening victims of it to me. I don't know. This episode just gave me a bad taste in my ramen, and I'm starting to see where you're coming from, Dalron. This is a bad taste in this ramen. Too much sweetener in it.
The
see
ramen
you
is
saw what I
sin,
put
but
up.
they poured the beer in the right glass, and I have to give credit where credit is due. Also, yeah, nah, I have said enough on this episode. It is an emotional episode, and it's obviously had an effect on all of us.
And with that, that is 2 fucks and a knife for Ikebukuro Westgate Park. When we are going to take a quick bio break, and when we return, we will be speaking about Jujutsu Kaisen. But before we head off, I would like to thank Team 4 Star for giving us the opportunity to do this show, and I would like to thank all of you for listening. This has been a really fun project to work on, and I appreciate all of you. And even though we differ on our opinions of anime, I want to say, because we've been differing a lot with our opinions, I don't fault any of my co-hosts for enjoying the things they do, and I hope they do not fault me for enjoying the things I do.
You can't see me, but I'm
Kill
slowly
what I
shaking.
love.
Yeah, just slow shake of the head with a smile on our face, or at least on mine. But I
You
will
can't
say this before we take our break. Fuck you, Gilly, for posting fruit ramen photos in our Discord.
Ah,
Alright, everyone, we'll be back shortly after this.
Hello, and welcome back to FMK Anime. We are here to talk about Jujutsu Kaisen, Episode 3. Or Episode 5.
Yeah, I was about to
In
say.
wow.
this or Episode 5.
Actually, I'm gonna take this quick fuck up to throw one thing I forgot to say about Majo no Tabitabi. I don't know why, but I was like half ready when Fran is just like, "Meet me in the morning by the north gate, and I'll bring you flowers," because she acted with such like as if she's known everything that Elena has gone through over the last few episodes. I just imagined Fran flying back and just throwing the corpse flowers of the sister and guardsman brother at her feet and be like, "There you go, I picked these for you."
Wow.
Would it phase Elena, though?
Yes.
Apparently the flowers don't affect her, so
I feel like she would be more upset, like, the fuck, you've been following me?
And you
Anyway.
didn't say hi?
Anyways, in this, Episode 5 of Jujutsu Kaisen, Yuji and Megumi fight as Sukuna rips out Itadori's heart, saying he will die if he swaps back. Itadori dies after Megumi says why he saved them. A council of curses meets with a human who implies Sukuna and Itadori are still alive. The second years meet with the first years and announce they will participate in the tournament, as Panda says he will train them so they can be as strong as a bear.
Boys,
Panda.
we got Panda.
Panda.
And he's a student.
Panda.
I love it.
Panda. Panda. Panda.
His
Panda.
is
I didn't like the
Panda.
character.
Aw, I loved him.
I guess it's not that I didn't like him, I didn't care for him.
I mean, we barely get an insight into any of them except for the one girl who's like, what, did someone fucking die or something? And lo and behold.
Yeah, the girl
Oh,
sucked. The
can I
the fucking dude who can only talk about rice ball fillings is
take
boring,
it?
and Panda is underwhelming.
Was us just getting introductions to like their names and that they're their own little group.
Guys, this episode made me cry.
Yeah,
I was bawling like a little bitch when Itadori swapped back and was talking about his ideals and how he will miss his friends. And then you just see the blood come out of his mouth.
I. This was also a sad moment. Another sad episode this week. Just a lot of feels in this week's roster. I didn't cry because I knew he wasn't dead. Because I knew they were gonna find a way to bring him back. The thing that did make me tear up and almost cry was Fushiguro and Nobara sitting on the steps of the Shinto temple, which I assume is around where Itadori's body now was. And they're like, both of them aren't emotional characters, or at least emotionally vulnerable characters. We have Megumi, who is very aloof, and we have Nobara, who is very puts on a puts a lot of effort to not come off girly or vulnerable, and they're sitting there in solemn silence, not really knowing how to talk, kind of trying to consolidate each other, and then Megumin's like, I'm okay. I'm handling this well. How about you?" No, she's like, "You're handling it really well." She's like, "I give you a lot of shit, but you're handling this very well." And he's like, "Yeah, I mean, we're jujutsu sorcerers, but you're one to talk. You're handling it. You look like you're handling it pretty well yourself." And she's like, "Of course I am. I'm not like some girly girl to cry over some guy I only know for like 2 days." And then the
She
shot,
said 2 weeks.
huh?
She said 2 weeks. It's
Two
implied they've
weeks.
known each other for 2 weeks.
Yeah,
The only reason I bring that up is because it's an important note of like why she actually does tear up a little bit.
yeah. It pans over to 2 weeks. It pans over to Megumi's face, and he kind of looks across to her, kind of like his eyes don't water, but you can see there's emotion and tension in them. And he looks over to her, and his eyes widen a little bit because it shows her mouth quivering, like her holding back tears. And I'm like, fuck, man. Like, fuck that. Ah, man. Like, right in the feels. And
Also, oh, sorry.
no, just, and then that bitch shows up.
Man, I was not expecting to feel so much in this episode. I did like this show, not holding back on the gore. The episode starts out. Sukana comes up, starts like basically bragging to Fushiguro, then rips out Itadori's heart. Holy fuck! You see it beating in his hand.
It's, a,
Like,
it's an interesting thing with Sukuna just because of how he is. He didn't he he didn't spend like forever monologuing. He monologued a bit, but he did it as he just went straight to the point of ripping out Itadori's heart.
But that's the thing. Like,
He didn't wait for it.
he played with it a bit too. Not the heart. He played with the heart too. But like, he came up and he's like, "Relax, young jujutsu sorcerer. Like, I'm not gonna kill you right now. I'm in a good mood. Let's talk. What's your deal? Why'd you run away, coward? Huh? Little baby man."
a
And
little bit.
then, after really not getting anything satisfying out of Megumi, he's just like, "All right, now I'm ready to kill you."
So, I have a question about Fushiguro because the scene did confuse me a little bit. Is
Hmm?
is Fushiguro transitioned?
No.
No, he literally said So you might have missed part of the actual dialogue when he's talking about it. Uh, uh, he was talking about definitely has some hate for his father when he was talking about the man who gave me this. I
The
can't
man
remember
who
exactly
named
the
me
words. It was
Megumi
like,
without even caring to confirm my gender
yeah,
first.
Hmm. Okay.
he definitely. I'm kind of interested in that after that. What kind of stuff is going on with his? Because there's definitely some anger towards his father that I'm very curious about now.
There is some
Also, Gilly
resentment
called it the
there.
snake is named Orochi.
Hey, I was right.
Oh, yeah, it's Orochi.
I
Which,
literally have my third note is called it the snake name, Orochi. Also, I love the hand symbol for Orochi. It's the middle finger and the ring finger straight up, but the index finger and the pinky finger slightly bended up. It make it a snake head.
Hmm.
Also, while I was glad that I called Orochi's the snake's name is Orochi with your Orochimaru joke, unfortunately, alas, we do not open this episode with a little bit of Nobara's fight scene in the Underdark. Shame.
it, I I understand why. I actually, because someone in the D&D game I'm in, the morning that Jujutsu Kaisen comes out, I normally watch. Excuse me. I normally watch Jujutsu Kaisen, then go into that. I was actually talking with one of my friends there that read them. They didn't tell me any spoilers, but they were telling me about a interview that the mangaka, or not interview, but like a statement the mangaka put out. 'Cause apparently, this was controversial at the time, and apparently the mangaka was having trouble figuring out how to use her power in battle at the time. Apparently, like I
Oh.
made sure that he kept spoilers away, so he didn't spoil me on anything. Don't worry.
No, it's not that. It's just like I I
Which,
respect it in a way because like he didn't want to just like have her, but that would have been fun too. Like we got a little bit of her in her introductory episode, but like I feel like there's more for her. There's more that she can do.
yeah, though I was reassured that she does get her due. I was reassured of that.
Okay,
So,
that's good to know.
like, my only thing that made me feel a little sad is like, man, just thinking back to like, I know I keep talking about my hero, but how they utilize powers in that show really good. It's like, man, I could just think of ways that this power could be utilized really well.
Yeah.
Granted, it's better to not do anything with it than to half-ass it. So, mm, the real meat here is between Itadori and Yuji, and it's really good. It's
But I mean like what a fucking power move. What a flex on Sukana's part, right? Like the whole fight, he was just it was a good look into Sukana's character.
Fushiguro can take a beating, I learned today.
Yo, homie went through like 4 buildings and like 6 steel beams. What the fuck?
Jujutsu
That
Kaisen,
was
your shonen is showing.
Seriously.
that was such a brief fight, but it was so over the top as he fucking kicked him around just that entire like good like 4 or 5 blocks.
Yeah.
Yeah, and Sukana never was like not in control of the battle because Fushigiro's original plan was, you know, like push him to the point where he thinks he might need the heart because he doesn't need the heart, but he's still going to be weakened because of it. And after he also great fucking imagery with Nu and Orochi and the also apparently White Dog and Orochi are fucking dead. He said. Like he lost them? They're gone?
No, no, he uses shadows to make them.
Yes, but he said I already lost White Dog and Orochi. I should dismiss Nu before Nu gets destroyed
I
as
think,
well.
I think that was a thing of him wanting to conserve his strength.
Uh okay.
Or
Also makes sense.
or it might have just been a situation of it takes a while to be able to bring something back once it's destroyed, and he didn't want to be out everything except the black dog.
Or
Mm,
maybe he's not a
Oh,
monster.
we also don't know what else he has.
Yeah.
But
Or maybe he's not a monster and doesn't want his pet to get brutalized.
yeah, he did actually seem to be emotionally attached to these animals because he's sitting there petting it, even though it has that creepy mask on. Um,
you don't like Nu?
Example that okay, his bird is just a hollow from Bleach.
It's
the bird is the one that kind of freaks me out just a little bit, but I have issues with birds personally, so that's me.
nah, Nu's good boy.
Every bird I've met has attacked me. I don't like birds.
Fuck them birds. But yeah, no, I thought the fight. Okay, so the fight wasn't what I expected it to be, right? Like, how'd you guys feel about it?
I loved it. It was good for what it was, and it was just Sukana doing his power move in the opening part, and then Fushiguro going, okay, if I make him have to regenerate, he has to be hurt from ripping out his heart, right? At least, as far as we can tell, no, Sukana was unfazed.
I think Sukano wasn't at his full power actually.
Yeah, but he was still unfazed.
Mm, I got the feeling that Sukana, because there was a few moments that they actually caught him. Maybe I just don't want to believe that Sukana is that powerful.
I mean, it's one of those things where Sukana purposely had his guard down too. Like he was basically not fighting back for a little bit there, and it's like, come on, put more cursed energy into it. Come on.
Yeah, that
And
moment when Orochi grabs him into the air and Nu like thunderbolts him, lightning bolts him, and like fucking they do like a combination attack. Like the animation definitely went more fluid instead of detailed in this fight, but it was good. It was
slap,
good.
slap, slap, slap.
Also, so many just really good shots in this fight.
Yeah, there is.
Just good. It's a good fight.
And then we find out that the fucking higher ups purposely sent them there to kill Itadori.
Yep. And Gojo was like, maybe I should just kill them.
Which is fucking amazing. Best sensei.
I mean, if Gojo kills them, then Gojo becomes the higher ups. Ergo, Jojo could be king. Argo Ben Affleck.
Fucking Panda. With his stupid armband that says I heart Panda.
I
So,
love him.
talking about them, before we talk about them exactly, I have to ask, how are we feeling about the fact that our first real arc is going to be a tournament arc?
Okay, so that's the thing I really didn't like about this season, about this episode. That their friend and our main character just died, and I mean, I know he's coming back, I know, but like, our main character just died. Is this really the time for a festival? Like, discussion about a festival and a tournament? Like, the tone shift in this.
They
Yeah, go ahead.
they made it a point in episode 2 to say, hey, Jujutsu sorcerers die all the time. People have to move on. That was the big point they made in episode 2.
I guess it's a bad introduction to the new female character.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, Nobara hasn't gotten much, and I feel bad, but
Not Nobara. I have her name. Hold on.
Aki.
I like her. She's fine. I like.
My problem when I see her. This is Maki Zenin. She is a master of curse tools, and I'm looking at her. I'm looking at what's on her, and I'm just thinking, and I'm like, oh my god, it's 10-10, but again. And then I got sad because I'm like, I wonder if she's gonna be just as like thrown to the side as 10-10 was.
But at least Tenten is a likable character.
She was a likable character. She just never got used.
Maki is likable. Like, she comes in being really overbearing, but when she learns, she actually feels bad.
Yeah, it's
She
just
says, like, I care about their well-being, but they have to understand.
I did like this. I did like the line when she was just like, "There are other ways to care, to show that you care about someone than coddling them or being soft on them." So I get it's tough love, but it's just like I don't know. Point is, her introduction to this series didn't leave a positive impression on me. Also,
I don't think it's supposed to. I think she's supposed to be this overbearing figure. Though we did sort of skim past it. Fushigiro's resolve and the reason he saves people unequally is kind of cool and interesting.
it's a lot less moral and ethic. It's less about morals and ethics and more about that. It's just his resentment to his upbringing.
Well, he even says, like, society can only judge evil people by law, so sometimes evil people are able to escape and walk the streets. This is why I save people unequally. And it's like, man, he wears that on his sleeve like it's pride, and that's interesting.
Also, Fushiguro has another power. We were about to see it, something about 8 gates that he was about to unlock, but then he realized what he needed to do to stop
Is,
Sukuna.
is Fushiguro just Rock Lee?
Yes, but he's Rock Lee, but shadows.
Was it 8 gates or was it 10 shadows? Because I thought it was 10 shadows.
Yeah, that was 10 Shadows.
I thought I saw something about like 8 gates or like something. I mean, I could be wrong. I didn't screen. I didn't take a screen cap of that for this episode because I was too busy waiting to see what happens next.
It was 10 Shadows, Gates of Eternity, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, yes, 10 Shadows, Gates of Eternity.
Yeah,
He was about to fucking let it rip, and then he realized the reason Itadori wasn't taking over Sukuna was because Itadori feels guilty and he didn't have the resolve to come back.
and he says, I saved you because you seemed to be a good person. You saved your friends, you weren't selfish, and it was it was a really touching scene, and I cried when Itadori's sitting there like, yeah, I'll miss all of you. I don't think I have long left. Then he just coughs up blood. You
Just
see him
promise me
fall.
one thing: live a good life.
Yeah. Oh, I cried.
A lot of sad episodes this season.
I do admit,
This week.
yeah, I do admit they should have held off, like, at least until the next episode. I
For
didn't
what?
like. Oh, to bring up the tournament, like,
Yeah.
I do like No Bros reaction though. What, like Smash Bros? If so, I'll kick your ass.
If it's the Wii
The
version,
Wii
and they were
version.
talking about Smash Bros.
Yeah, I thought that was kind of funny. Just like if it's the Wii version.
Fucking plays Brawl.
Elite gamer girl.
Hey,
Brawl,
don't diss Brawl.
Hold on, Meteor Smash. That's the Spike. She's a fucking spiker.
I thought that was one of Goku's move, or is that Meteor Crash?
I
Actually, they both get
I don't
used in
know.
like the games, but that's
Not anime.
Pretty sure Meteor Smash is just what it's called when you actually get the Smash Ball. Just in
No, I
general.
think Meteor Smash is when you spike. It's when you like spike someone off stage.
Welcome to the Smash Bros. FMK.
Hey man, down tilt for the win.
It got brought up in the episode. That's why we're
Yeah.
speaking about it.
I replayed it 3 times to make sure they were actually talking about Smash Bros. And not that the official. Ooh. Not that the official dub was just making a reference for us Westerners.
Judging by the fact that Itadori, if from the manga, says that he likes girls with big butts like Jennifer Lawrence, I'm pretty sure that was in the manga.
I will also say this in terms of like funny word plays. It doesn't fully translate well, but Nobara's moment when she's asking about the panda named Panda. The Japanese phrasing rhymes with each other, so it was a really cute like bit. It was fun. It was a fun wordplay bit.
You know, it was nice to hear Kuma in a show that
Bear.
I do like how she's like, wait, are you not going to add anything more onto that his name is Panda?
Are you not gonna add anything to the panda named Panda?
I liked this episode. It was fun.
I
Tournament arc is going to be interesting, but we haven't touched on this yet. What about Volcano Head Curse and the Mr.
the fucking
Aizen?
Legion of Evil.
Yes, Aizen and the Volcano Head Curse.
No. Albert Moriarty is Aizen.
Either way, this is why I'm kind of sad anime openings are the way they are, because it already spoiled him as... You know what? Did you catch the part of the anime opening that I did with him?
No, and I already feel like that one dude with the scythe, and I don't want to read into it more.
Okay, I won't bring up the thing I caught with him, but yeah, it makes me sad because I'm like, man, that would have been interesting.
I know, it's almost as if anime opening spoiling parts of the season fucking sucks. That shit fucking sucks.
Hey, at least Akudama Drive doesn't. But this isn't a jumping off point.
That Akudama Drive opening. Anyway, back to the show.
I like him because he's saying there like table for one, right? Yes, table for one. And he's saying they're talking with him. He's like, there's 2 things you need to do if you want this war between curses and humans to win. 1, render Gojo armless and legless so he can't fight.
The strongest Jujutsu sorcerer ever.
Yes. 2, you must get Itadori and Sukuna on your side. But wait, aren't they dead? I don't think. Then you see Itadori in his shadow realm with Sukuna, which implies Sukuna was fucking bluffing. Sukuna was bluffing, and I like that. Weakness with Sukuna, that he had to bluff. It's like, yes, I'm taking him hostage. Shifty eyes, shifty eyes, shifty eyes.
I mean, he did take him hostage.
But he was bluffing because Itadori isn't dead. Itadori's just now in his shadow realm with him. Because Sukuna was saying, like, yes, if he swaps back now, he will cease to be anything, and so will I. It's essentially what he said. But no, he had to bluff, because there is a chance for Itadori to get back.
What if it's just Itadori's resolve clinging to life?
That's not what it is.
How do you
The
know?
show has proven itself to be more intelligent than...
I guess we'll have to wait until next episode to see.
It
Gilly, we've been
could just
going
be
on.
It could just be a situation of Sukuna just saying, like, just keeping him alive long enough to try and get Itadori to make a pact with him, because he brought that up This brat thinking he could
Yes.
switch willy-nilly without making a pact with me first. That was
Maybe.
brought up at the very beginning of the episode, and we've kind of passed over that.
I forgot about that. You're right.
He brought it up right at the beginning. So it might just be that.
Would Sukana be a fiend warlock or a great old?
He is a fiend warlock.
Okay.
But what would he be to the people who make a pact with him?
Well, yeah, that's what I meant. Like, what kind of patron? Fiend? Would he be Blade? Would he be an archfey? D&D aside, with the Legion of Curses, what did you think about Octopus Curse?
Cute in a weird way, and then Giant, who's unintelligible, is cool design, and Volcano Head, Angry Boy is. So
I love the sounds it makes when the octopus walks. It's like, it's so cute.
it's cute. I can't
I want-
wait for it to ruin thousands of lives.
I want one.
No, you don't.
I want one.
No.
But yeah, other than that, oh, sorry.
No, you're good. But speaking about the quad, the fucking League of Evil Curses. What you said before about the human question mark that's with them, he seems so friendly, and like he's not rude or condescending or evilish. So what the fuck is this dude's deal? Because he seems like a jujutsu sorcerer, not from the Tokyo branch, if anything from the Kyoto branch. Or is there another faction because he's kind of dressed in this monkly attire with the
He might be one of the higher ups.
Oh, that'd be fucked up.
Also, he seems to be a villain of some sort, but maybe he's just like a consultant. Yeah, I work on all sides.
Stop getting your Moriarty in our Jujutsu Kaisen.
They're both shonen, Dalaran.
Why is Moriarty shonen?
It technically is a genre, but that's not the point right now. This new guy who obviously is being portrayed pretty heavily like is a villain of sorts, honestly.
Oh,
I am curious of his connection to Gojo, because he might just know about him, but it felt like it was more than just knowing about him.
also, we glossed over it, but yes, he was the one that gave the special grade the finger.
Yes.
Yeah.
The fingy. And now Sukana be stronger.
Speaking of fingies, and I'm sorry to take away from your point, Gilly, we'll go right back to you. I did not like Panda's fingies. They made me uncomfortable.
Maybe it's because he's not a humanoid.
Pandas don't have fingies.
You don't like his long fingers?
No! But Dalaran, we finally got Panda. And it's not Itadori's grandfather's ghost, though, which makes me
Dalaran, long fingers.
But I do think he has a more connection with Gojo, this new Jujutsu man.
Like the way he talked about him, it sounds like it's more. It sounded to me more than like just knowing about him. It sounded like he knows. He has some sort of connection to Gojo.
Mm-hmm.
But that's just what it feels like to me. I could be completely wrong.
Going back to the Naruto comparisons, do you think it's something special with his eyes? Do you think like Gojo has curves?
I mean, they're covered up for a reason, I assume.
But let me rephrase. Do you think he has eyes like all the way around his head? Like there's more than just two. He has like spider eyes, but only on that one section of his head.
I almost feel like there's no eyes at all underneath there.
Think he's a changeling?
No, I mean, I feel like if you lifted the blindfold, it would just be two hollow holes.
Hmm.
Curse power does demand sacrifice, so
When we see the actual opening, there's that little. Whenever we watch the anime opening, there's always that little part right as he's about to lift it and part of it, and then it goes to a different part of the opening. So obviously, we're gonna see what happens when he takes that off eventually.
what if he's actually like uses echolocation to see and he's actually blind? What if Gojo is Batman?
I don't know why I almost find it hilarious. Like, I don't know why. I just would find it hilarious if he takes the blindfold off and it's like, nothing special happens. He just likes wearing a blindfold
I wouldn't put it past this show.
because that would be so Gojo,
He
and I would
watched
hate it.
he watched
But it would
Bleach
be
and
so
saw
him.
Kenpachi Zaraki close one of his eyes, and he's like, I can do that.
I could do that, but with both.
Dalaran is okay. So this is like a weird kind of roboting. I can completely understand you, but there's just like this weird reverb to your voice, Gilly. Is that happening on your end too, Dalaran, or is it just me?
That's your end.
Okay.
Do you need Gilly to repeat anything? I shall take your silence as
Hello?
no.
Hello.
Hello.
It seems to be better now.
Cool. Do you need Gilly to
Yes.
repeat anything?
No. Like I said, I could understand him. It was just like this weird reverb, like he was kind of speaking through a fan.
Ooh, weird.
But
Anyway,
are we ready for cards, ladies and gentlemen?
2 things before we do cards. 1. So, now that we've been introduced to Maki Zenin, I can talk about the thing that I was wrong. Hooray! So, remember when we were watching episode 1 or we were talking about episode 1 or 2, and you asked if you're like, I hope the friends from episode 1 do not become reoccurring characters. And I kind of went to quickly look at the cast list on my anime list to see if they're billed as main or supporting characters. And I saw the listing for Maki, and because she has in the manga panel dark black hair tied in a knot, female, wearing a school uniform with glasses, I thought that our friends would also become jujutsu sorcerers. So the thing that I thought I spoiled myself all those episodes ago, I am pleased to find out I did not.
Yeah.
Hooray for false positive spoilers. And the other thing I wanted to talk about before we hold up cards is back to the, League of Evil Curses. Volcano Boy seems too self-important and I can't wait for him to fall apart, but there was actually something that he said that I want to address. I do want to know what the dude's deal is. Why is he so nice, but... Yeah. Watch your mic. It's picking up the movements. I want to know what
Sorry.
what the dude boys deal is, because it's like, why are you so nice? Why are you also working with fucking curses? Fuck's your problem? But the other thing was when the Volcano Head was talking about how, curse supremacy, where humans, they're all two-faced and they're dishonest and they're creatures of lies, and everything a human does has a secondary motive behind it, and anything nice has an actual dark opposite feeling behind with it. And then he goes on about how basically he says something along the lines of but us curses, we are born of hatred and resentment, and those are pure emotions. So we are pure beings, and as such, we're perfect and better than humans. And I disagree with him.
Yeah, that's the point. He's
I know.
supposed to be wrong.
But, like, he's spouting this self important philosophy, and I just wanted to take a moment to bring up that, like, hatred and hostility comes from pain and sadness. People aren't born with hatred. People aren't born wanting to be violent. Well, sociopathy aside, and be hostile toward each other. It comes from fear and pain that people have experienced, which turns into sadness. And once the sadness can't be dealt with or processed, then becomes hatred and resentment. And the pain, behind the pain is love and life. And unfortunately, when those things don't always work out, it creates this vicious cycle. It's all interconnected. And let's see what shonen speech we get from this show that kind of, I'm hoping, wraps all that up into like one nice, good lesson package.
I'm ready for Volcano Redemption arc.
Gross. I hate them.
Listen, all I'm gonna say is they're curses. They can't fathom sadness or love or happiness.
That's how we.
Oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just gonna say all they can fathom is hatred and wanting to murder and eat and survive.
That's how we beat them, with the power of love and friendship.
I don't think Sakuna and Itadori love each other in that way, but you know what? Ship who you want to.
I mean, I'm sure if we look at the internet enough. Anyway, the ending is a bop.
Yeah. Also, I wanted to bring this up quickly. I totally see Volcano Head's downfall being, Sakuna, work for us. Wait, work for you? Yes. Rips off Volcano's arm. Nah, I'm good.
Pretty sure he would like rip off his head.
Takes out the lava.
Just takes out Volcano.
He just picks up the lava like it's a solid chunk of ice. Well, how are you doing that? Curse energy.
What if he hits him in the head so much that his volcano head turns into a takoyaki head?
Anyways, are we ready for cards, ladies and gentlemen?
Sure. Gilly?
Yeah.
Is there more that you wish to say? A curse you wish to lay upon these lands?
There's one thing I do want to say about this, specifically with what Gojo was talking about, with Itadori's body on the autopsy table. He was talking about how this was the other higher ups weren't happy about holding off Itadori's execution, so sending them towards the special grade was intentional to lead to an early death. And if it had killed the other two, it would just give them more ammunition against Gojo, because apparently they do not like Gojo.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently he does things that does not make those elders very happy.
And Gojo should probably kill them, like he said he could.
That was a very interesting, and it didn't even feel like a joke. It felt very much like him considering it.
It wasn't a joke. He was 100% serious. His voice and everything changed. Like, he was ready to fucking eliminate these politicians of elders.
This dude cares about his students. And also, guy from last episode having a crush on the doctor. It's kind of funny.
Yeah, that is funny. But like, you bring it up. We completely didn't touch upon the doctor character, and while we didn't get a lot from her, we got something.
That she likes to cut people open.
Yeah, that, and I think she's like our R&D department person.
I'm just happy that Doctor from Akudama Drive was able to get more work.
All right, Meep, take it away.
I'm gonna fuck this show.
While I have the ending playing in my head.
I'm gonna fuck this show. I am going to find a of age character in my head that isn't the Doctor because of the
Damn
joke
it.
I just made.
Volcano Head?
I am going to take Gojo on a nice date. Me and him, we're gonna talk over wine. We're gonna talk. We're gonna talk over a game of pool. We're gonna come home and he's going to ravage me in all of the best ways.
Are you guys gonna use protection, or is he gonna take his blindfold off?
I mean, he's already able to make protection out of rocks, so.
Ow.
I feel like he can work something out with the lube.
Gilly, help.
Or maybe he'll just Jujutsu Sorcerer. Okay, I'm not gonna go there.
I'm gonna fuck the show. I had a good time with this show. Yeah, it was every week. It's a good time, and I was talking about this just 2 days ago. I fucking called it that it could that it was probably gonna be like because they said someone was gonna die. I fucking called it. It was probably gonna be. It's probably going to be a situation of they died, but they didn't really die, and I fucking knew it was going to be Itadori.
Yeah.
Yeah. Who else?
Gilly got the text from me and Gojo, and he was ready for some strange.
No, I'm gonna go spend the night with the principal.
Oh, he has a lot of curse dolls too. You really getting some strange.
Hey, chat, can you tell that we're nearing a very late session tonight?
What do you mean? I'd say this no matter how tired I am. Dalaran.
I didn't realize this, but fucking Gojo, in comparison, and to the average like Japanese person, he is a giant.
Yeah, Gojo is also
He's 6'3".
Gojo
Fuck,
is
he's
also the
taller than me.
opposite. Gojo is also the opposite of Kakashi in every way. He is nowhere near as dark and brooding as Kakashi is.
True.
He's also a lot more outgoing. Like, he's a good presence. He's a very strong side character.
Pretty sure Gojo's considered main cast.
Yeah, I think he's main cast.
Well, supporting character, like, okay, so with the main character, there is one main character, and that's Itadori. Like, everyone else are supporting side, whatever you want to call them.
Gotcha.
For award show purposes, he would be considered a side character, let's say.
I gotcha. As for me...
Yeah, your turn, Talaran.
Yeah. Well, holds up eggplant card. I'm fucking the show. This is another good episode. They really figured it out. Like, I think the show really has the pacing and storytelling figured out in this show. I said show 2 times, regardless. You know, there's like a light feeling of nothing fully getting a chance to sink in over the last 2-3 episodes. We kind of were hit with a lot. Nobara was a little bit rushed. The curse escalation, the fight between Sukuna and Megumi, the Itadori's quote-unquote death, all of that is slightly fast, but it never feels too fast. Like, while not everything gets a chance to really sink in and digest, the show keeps giving more and more, and the pacing kind of keeps up the momentum, and that keeps me engaged and excited to see what happens next. I expected, honestly, a bit of a greater display of Megumi's full power and capabilities, but I also, there's plenty of show for that, so I'm not that, upset about it. What we did get to see was fun, though. Like, more so as it further displays, like, Sukuna's attitude and personality, his, like, he's not just bloodthirsty, madman or, like, monster demon. Like, there's this level of sinister playfulness about him and real confidence that comes from just like popping up and being like, yo dude, relax, I'm not gonna fucking kill you right now, I'm in a good mood, so play with me for a bit. Okay, now you die. That was a lot of fun, and there was a genuine emotional weight to the loss of Itadori. And each character that we've seen thus far expressed it in their own way, which I appreciate. Instead of everyone just being sad, each one reacted and expressed their sorrow and grief in their own way. And again, like we talked about with Adachi Shimamura and with this episode of Ikebukuro Westgate Park, having really expressive and genuine human characters is a strength, and this show is surprisingly doing it well for its genre. Otherwise, all there really is to say is that we got Panda, I don't like his fingies, the cast keeps building, and I'm curious what narrative device they're about to introduce in the next episode in order to bring Itadori back to life.
My prediction for the arc is that Itadori, the whole arc, like alongside the tournament, is going to be Itadori fighting his way back to life.
Side by side with the competition?
Yeah.
Could be.
The competition doesn't have to be a fighting tournament.
Yeah.
Knowing this show, it could very well just be a Smash Bros. Tournament.
That'd be amazing. Just hold on. Damn it, I don't have a controller near me. Just 3 episodes of just nonstop.
But the thing is, Beep, they actually did say it is going to be a fight, because the only thing that's not allowed is killing.
I mean, people get mad during Smash Bros. No,
just 3 episodes of.
You want to? What? Let's talk about a show where killing is allowed. Wait, Gilly, you held up your card, right?
Yes.
You mean Yuukoku Moriarty? Okay, hold on. Really quick. Are you sure Yuukoku Moriarty is shonen or is it bishonen? Because it is definitely bishonen.
It was in Jump.
That's a typo.
No, Yuukoku No Moriarty was in Jump. It was in Shonen Jump.
What the fuck?
I did extensive research on it. I think it's because everyone is hot. Anyways.
Bishonen. Not shonen. Bishonen.
It was in Jump, Dalaran. You can't fight it.
Which character in Moriarty is bi?
Which character Moriarty is by? Probably Watson.
Aw, soft Watson.
Anyways, let's talk about a show where killing is allowed. Akudama Drive, Episode 4. In this, our Akudamast Drive, the gang fight the executioner in the train carts and hack their way to the vault, cutting off most of the train with the executioners on either side. They open the vault using a core inside Black Cat, where they find 2 children being shipped like goods to Kanto.
I'm just gonna open with this since no one has a strong Anyway, is it just me or did the animation quality take a severe hit once we switched back to the Akudama from the executioners? Like,
nope, I never got that.
Gilly?
I get what you mean. I did actually. It was specifically Brawler.
It was strongly Brawler because we've been getting a lot of like close face-ups of Brawler, but like no one looks as good as they did up until that point. Up until like this episode. Like the show is miraculous. It's, don't get me wrong, this episode still looks good. We'll talk about that more, but
I'm on a different planet, I guess. I never saw that at all.
Brawler's face is different, Courier's face is different, Swindler's face is different.
No?
Everyone looks different except for like maybe Hacker and Doctor.
They
No.
took all of Brawler's baby oil away too.
What? To be fair, they're on a train with better lighting than they've ever been in.
No,
except
but that's the
hotel room.
thing. Like, every character had so much detail put into them, especially their face. And here, it wasn't there. Brawler was so very much noticeable for us because A, he's our favorite character. B, he has that powerful chin. Hoodlum also looked fucking different. Like, his face was more round, his hair was flatter. Gilly, you know what you get where I'm coming from, right?
I didn't notice it with most of the characters, but Brawler threw me off.
Yeah, like he no longer had his like chin lines, like his jaw lines was like defined around his chin, and now it's just like a sharp shape.
They smoothed out a lot of his details, and then again, I make the joke, but he did sort of shine before. Now he's very dull.
I have in my notes here, black man suplexes white cop through train.
That was a good scene. We hit, oh boys, we hit Suplex City.
Don't ignore what I fucking said.
We hit Suplex City, boys.
Black-
Suplex City.
Black man suplexes white cop through train.
We hit Suplex City.
Aren't really cops.
I mean, they're kind of cops. They're meant to
Oh,
deal with
they're literally what their title is. They're executioners.
executioners can be police.
No, that is not how that works.
Meep, take a look. Take a look in our Discord and see the stills I did for Akudama Drive, and look at Brawler's face and tell me that you don't see a difference.
Stills he did for Akudama Drive.
Everything looks really different in this episode. Like his hair is less dynamic, and it's not a big problem. But before we really get into the episode, I just wanted to bring it up so that it doesn't take away from the conversation moving forward, you know?
I still don't notice it. Also, can we just say that Hoodlum fucking hitting the executioner over the head with the chair was great.
He did something.
Look, he saw his bro in trouble, and he said, "Ah, fuck it, I'm gonna help him."
Aniki! Aniki!
This episode was so good. I really like the executioner, how, like, when Courier was trying to shoot Pupil, he threw his sword to knock the bullet out of the way. Just gives a small little look into his relationship with her.
It shows the executioner chief as it shows his character, man. Like I said it from the last episode where we just got the opening scene was the executioners. Like I find them endearing. Like I'm not rooting for them. I am rooting for the Akudama. But I like the executioners. Their design are really cool. Their powers are really cool. You want to talk about not Kakashi's? Let's talk about the fucking executioner chief.
Well, okay, he is the master of the pupil. The actual
Master.
executioner. Yeah, the executioner chief is an old woman.
You are correct. Master. Yes. Executioner master.
Yeah.
If the master and Gojo got together, they could form a full face mask.
But yes, I largely, it was mostly him doing stuff this episode because Doctor knocks out Pupil, which I think what's going to happen. Because, okay, to go like play by play throughout this episode, it's pretty much just a big fight scene. Brawler and Courier stay behind to fight the two executioners and Doctor technically as well. Uh, they stay behind while the rest charge forward until Doctor knocks out Pupil and the Master Executioner knocks Brawler through the door and is going to engage them. That's when Cutthroat engages him, and they keep making their way through train cart after train cart. When eventually they continue fighting, they almost knock out the Executioner Chief, and then they have to separate the train. And while the toxic mist starts getting in and poisoning everyone, especially Brawler, who has an open wound, Doctor gives everyone an antidote before closing off the train cart.
Yeah, and really quick, just something I feel like needs to be mentioned when describing this episode. This episode has this really cool narrative structure where everything is happening simultaneously throughout the episode. Like, we keep cutting in between the heist and the fight back and forth as they simultaneously take place. And I thought it handled it really well, as opposed to like episode's 2 fight, which is still incredible, and you should go watch our previous episodes where we talk about Akudama Drive episode 2, because but so good. But it's not all concentrated into like one epic moment. It's stretched over the whole episode itself, and I actually kind of liked what they did with it a lot.
Yeah. And like what I was leading into is when they separate the carts, they leave the two executioners on the back one that's supposedly going to get stuck in the thing.
In
have a
the
theory.
contamination zone?
Yes. And I have a theory of what's going to happen with the two of them. Is it okay if I present that?
You want to do it now?
Yeah, I may as well. It's with Akudama Drive. It's impossible to talk about it linearly because everything happens simultaneously. I think the master is going to die in the contamination zone while doing something to save the pupil, and it's going to give more drive to the pupil to want to kill these Akudama, and it's going to get her essentially promoted.
Yeah. It is strange that we lost two of our really poignant and powerful and seemingly well-established antagonists on episode 5.
Well, we don't see them die. There's very much a chance they'll escape, but as my theory is, I think it's only going to be Pupil who escapes.
I mean, shit, we thought it was going to be a nuclear fallout area, but it's some kind of fucking warp 0G negative energy kind of fucking place.
Yeah. Also, there's more than two executioners. The one lady did say we should call in backup, and they were like, nah, it's good, G.
I really like Executioner Master. Pupil's fine. He's just so fucking cool. Like, he's like Paladin to the max.
Which is why it will be all the better when Pupil has to take up his mantle and try to live up to his ideals.
Also, how has no one mentioned that Brawler picked up Pupil and hit a motherfucker with another motherfucker?
Once again, threw a person at Doctor.
Wait, when did he do that before?
Episode 1. Wait, no, he threw Doctor at Hacker in episode 1.
It was such an incredible opening scene to the fight where Brawler gets punched and hit, and then he just picks her up and just throws Pupil.
Also, a lot of character stuff going for Brawler this episode, like his fear, and then him going, "I'm sorry you had to look at me being so pathetic, bro. I won't be scared from here on." And he eventually, like, his resolve in the end is like, "No, I will take this attack so I can knock you down."
I think one of this episode's strongest suits is that every character got to play their role. More specifically, got to use their ability. Each character was present and did what they needed to do in a specific situation. Even characters who slightly less so than others, like Doctor, she patched herself up, she dropped smoke, she dropped like a fucking tear gas grenade poison thing. She dropped like medical foam that saved them from being sucked into the contamination zone. She patched like everyone had their thing that they did and they shined and they all worked together, even if it wasn't with synergy. And I don't think we've had an episode except episode 1 where we saw everyone play.
Yeah, and Hoodlum was hyping up Brawler, which I want to bring something up quick. We mentioned it as a joke, or at least me and Gilly did at some point, but we jokingly said Hoodlum and Brawler for best couple. That might actually end up being a thing. Like, not actual couple, but like duo. Because they're sort of like hype men. They hype each other up.
Aniki!
Like,
Gilly. Play your next pathetic card, Gilly.
I can't actually really say much on this episode. It's not that there wasn't stuff, it's just that I enjoyed it, but I legitimately can't even pinpoint the exact details of why I enjoyed it.
it's a lot of stuff happening in a good way, and that's what I enjoyed too. It's okay. What we can touch on: the Black Cat turns into dust. Thanos is itself, and there's
Ashes
a
to ashes, dust to dust.
The Black Cat Thanos is itself, and there's a seal inside. And fucking Swindler got to do the only thing she could do this episode and open up the safe, which has a.
That is not the only thing she did this episode.
What else did she do?
Swindler is slowly becoming the pace setter of this group. And she is also the only human caring aspect of the group. Her influences and interactions are very small, but she has a kind of a reaction from she gets a reaction from every single person, not just the Akudama, but every single person. And I guess that could be argued that she's being protagonist, main character, Chan, but like
But legitimately, what did she do though? Like, she couldn't even really sick cutthroat on someone. That just I see where you're coming from, but I don't like she didn't actually do much aside from hang with Hacker and Black Cat.
I don't know. I guess she did what a main character does. She drove exposition. She carried the pace of the of the events that were occurring, and she was there to care and make sure that everyone survived.
But either way, she opens up the safe, and there are 2 children in there. Presumably Akudama, maybe not, but one of them has this crazy flute power that stops the train and puts a force field around it. She plays the skin flute.
They're like 8.
It was a skin flute. Like, that was legitimately the type of flute it was.
I thought it was wood.
It didn't look like wood. It looked like actual animal hide.
Wood.
You aren't Gura. Don't do that.
Cutthroat's obsession with Swindler continues.
That's
Yeah.
It's becoming less weird is the funny thing. It's getting less creepy and getting more kind of endearing and sweet.
Yeah.
I won't let any harm come to you.
Because
That was nice.
He's not licking her every second.
Yeah, that, and also didn't he say he's the one who's gonna kill her? He's the one who's gonna spill her blood?
He said the only one that will spill her blood would be me. Which I don't think he actually meant like I'm going to kill her. I think he meant the only one that would ever do that to her is me.
If you think if you think Cutthroat is not a yandere, I don't know what the fuck is wrong with you.
Oh, he's definitely a yandere. He's just a yandere that doesn't kill their fucking partner.
How has no one mentioned Brawler getting shot in the face by Courier and then spitting the bullet back into the shoulder of the fucking Executioner Master? How has no one mentioned that?
Because I got too caught up with my notes of taking Black Man suplexes cop through train, because I just couldn't stop laughing at that. Just because everything going on in our society today and everything, I'm just like, oh man, this is great. This is such a good episode. I love this episode. I'm happy this happened.
Suplex City!
Fucking, I was talking with Chair, my friend Death by Chair, and I sent him that fucking note. I'm like, reason you need to watch Akudama Drive number 240. Which I think you already saw the episode at that point. So. Also, I asked before I send spoilers. Don't worry. Because I know someone's going to put me on blast on Twitter.com.
Oh my god, you mean the Millennial website?
Yes, the website that Death to Reality has? Yes, I know.
I love that, like, 99.9% of our viewers will not know these names, but we do. We do.
What do you mean? We only have like 6 that tune in.
I'm just shaking my head. Just shaking my head.
They all know them.
Regardless, this episode had so much crazy stuff, and if we go scene by scene, we will literally be here all night long.
Rip Black Cat.
And we got like some foreshadowing that like everyone believes Kanto to be this paradise, and Black Cat, who we now know is boy, not girl, has very different opinions on that.
I have in my notes Kanto Robot Paradise ? Kanto Cat Paradise ? That was from the start of the episode before we saw the kids, because like Black Cat kept talking about it. I'm like, are we just going to get to Kanto and it's going to be like that one episode of Love, Death, and Robots where cats have taken over the world? Because they have opposable thumbs now.
Isn't that the first episode?
No, the first episode is the lesbian monster.
What?
Of Love, Death, and Robots? It's the one with the lesbian who's controlled by the monster.
I thought the first episode was the 3 robots going on tour around...
Nope, that's episode 2.
Oh. Anyway, what is there really to talk? Oh, actually, first of all, I know this. You know this. All of our viewers who've watched our previous episodes know this. And if you haven't watched our previous episodes, what are you doing, man? We're happy to or woman, or, we're happy to have you here, but go watch our previous episodes and get caught up. Regardless, everyone knows that Brawler is our favorite character, and there was some really good Brawler this session. Someone already mentioned it, about how he's got a lot of character moments, about how, like, he got scared for the first time in his life, and how he's just, like, adamantly fighting for his, like, own ideals. But there's also some fucking hilarious deliveries from him, especially when they get to the safe and they're like, how are we gonna open it? And Brawler's like, don't worry, I got it, and just passes out as blood shoots out from him. Just amazing delivery. Also, this episode operates on Dragon Ball Z time, where 5 minutes is actually 25 minutes.
Well, in all fairness, Dragon Ball Z time, 5 minutes was 24 episodes.
Okay, so maybe not quite Dragon Ball Z time, but we got up there. It's like, we got 2 minutes, and then just we have 2 minutes, and then fucking swindler has, I'm sorry, ordinary person has like a 3-minute monologue. Well, it wasn't a monologue. It was a conversation between her and Hacker. But regardless, you get where I'm going with it.
Hacker showed his bit of his childlike glee with like, this is the best time game.
Yep.
Yeah, because everyone's arguing while he's just sitting there calculating, and he goes, 5 minutes. Oh, this is gonna be the best game of chance we have.
I think
But
it
there's
was
a
time
lot
game.
more emotion to it. He was going crazy, like it was cackling.
I just can't
Man
be
was
loud.
excited.
Yeah, I just can't be loud right now.
No worries.
He wanted it to. He was pumped. It was the most pumped he's been so far. It was great.
Because he's finally getting that challenge. Like we talked about it in the beginning, like everyone's motivations. Sure, they want to get paid, but for Hacker, money is the least motivating for him. He's the least motivated by money.
Yeah.
Speaking of people getting to flex their stuff, I am not a fan of Cutthroat. We all know this. There was some good Cutthroat this episode. The way he
Oh yeah.
fought Executioner Master with like throwing daggers, fighting dagger versus the electric blade, the lightsaber, and then like sleight of hand, like using it was just really good. There were some really good scenes, and even Courier got some hand to hand while Doctor. She's like, "Why don't you just finish this girl? Are you a feminist?"
You really are a feminist, aren't you? After he blasts the laser.
No, I just don't like to kill outside of work.
This
Well,
is work. Get
yeah.
off my bike. Doctor and Courier are going to be a couple by the end of this show. I'm fucking calling it now because it's too good to not tap into.
They have fun
No.
interaction.
They do have
I
fun.
don't think so either. But they do have fun interactions.
They are going to be a couple, but they're going to be like, they're hitting it on the side together.
Nah. I don't see it.
Courier doesn't have sex. He could, but he chooses not to.
Wait, didn't he give fucking Doctor that smoke after all though? Because Dalaran, you made a point of it. Like her dumb bullshit worked.
Her dumb bullshit of calling him gay worked, which is hilarious because Courier's so fucking cool and collected, but that's all it took.
I think it was a situation of I just don't want to deal with this. Take the cigarette.
Yeah, that's jokes aside. That's
all-
most likely what happened.
We were all given 100 million yen. Why the fuck are you bumming off me? I mean, be fair. Where the fuck are they gonna spend it? Everyone knows what they look like.
Also, they didn't really get a chance to spend it. It's just like here's $1 million. Oh, now you have bomb collars around your neck. Let's go.
Now you're gonna get $1 billion.
No, they had the bomb collars around their neck first.
I mean, you're right.
Exactly.
Now, what are you gonna do with that?
I'm gonna hold up my card. I'm gonna fuck
We've
this.
fucking completely forgotten about the bomb collars too, because it just doesn't even matter anymore.
You two were so pessimistic. Episode 1.
I stand by my apprehension.
And I do too. They put it out. They did not give a clear intention of how that was going to be.
I'm still happy that I was roundabout in a way right that they rescued someone from a maximum security prison. If you think about it.
Eh.
Dalaran, you're just upset because I'm right.
I'm just happy that the show went where I wanted it to go and not what I was worried it was going to turn into at the end of episode 1.
Y'all need to have more faith in shows.
I could say the same to you, Meep.
No.
You don't get to say that to us. Yeah.
Yeah.
Brawler caught Courier's bullet in his mouth and spat it back, and his mouth has the power to shoot the bullet at the velocity that a gun would have.
Yes.
Do you think that just shows the pure strength of his tongue game?
So, me, what'd that mouth do?
This mouth holds up this card. I'm gonna fuck this show. I'm going to. Pupil is still alive. You know, I'm gonna rescue her from that radio storm. I do know now she is of age. I actually did look up her age without spoiling myself of anything. Because I did kind of get like, this is gonna age poorly if she's like 14. So I'm just gonna look up her age. Okay, she is of age. So you know, I'm gonna save her. Go up for a nice. I'm sorry you almost died dinner.
So while Meepo Sakura goes to get a glass of water for his thirsty ass,
Hey, I don't stay awake to listen to her snore. I just go. I do the ultimate simping technique of saving her from a burning building.
Gilly, come on down.
Oh, fuck this show. It's just been good. It's been nice. It's been kind to me. I'm gonna go. Me, Brawler, and Hoodlum. We're just gonna go out and we're gonna go get fucking plastered.
This sounds like it's my turn. Despite this episode, despite the overall animation being, let's just say, different, if I'm being more honest, somewhat worse. Like all the characters looked like slightly off model. It was strange and definitely was weird for the first like quarter of the episode until I got used to it again.
They might have lost those animators because there were a few people in some animation companies that got sick lately. So
Right, because of all the COVID matters. Gosh, if that's the
yeah,
situation, like I genuinely believe that you should be able to take critique and criticism, but the person providing it also needs to be mindful and considerate and
yeah,
not yeah, it needs to be constructive, not for the sake of just
yeah.
saying stuff. The animation is worse in this episode. If it's because people who were directing or making sure that the animation for the first 4 episodes was what it was had to step away for health reasons and personal reasons, that's rough. And I don't hold it against the show.
Yeah, I don't know if it's specifically people in there. I just remember hearing that there was a couple outbreaks, even though people are working from home. So it's getting rough out there in Japan right now. So I don't envy anyone working there.
These are trying times in most places around the world. The best we can do is to be as responsible to ourselves as well as the people around us. But before we divert into a lecture, I'm fucking the show. Akudama Drive never fails to satisfy and often even impress. And you can take that both ways. Regardless of the lesser animation and the fight wasn't nearly as breathtaking as it was in episode 2. As I mentioned, it being broken up throughout the show, throughout this episode, kind of gave it a completely different pace and allowed every character to get involved, which was hella fucking cool. It's a lot of fun. At this show is a lot of fun. It's great to see each Akudama flex their abilities, each character shown, and Brawler gets beat up and really shows the power of these executioners. Like our
I want to
cast.
see Brawler. I want to see Brawler flex something. All right.
It's Brawler has always been this. Everyone, the show treats Brawler as this barrier to entry. When Brawler seems like he's losing, Hoodlum starts considering to switch over to Cutthroats Aniki to start backing him instead of Brawler. The executioner treats Brawler as the pupil treats Brawler as this way to prove herself. The master treats Brawler as a way to get to the real business. So it's always interesting to see this kind of. He's basically like the rook of the board of the chessboard, or like the wall, the tank. So that was really cool, and seeing him actually get beat up just showed the power of the executioners, which is something I really appreciated. Overall, while the ending has me super intrigued and not what I expected, I did not expect the Persona kids to be inside the vault. Let's see what happens next.
Speaking.
Sorry. Gladys is running the train. I can hear it in my mind, and you can't tell me otherwise.
Speaking of Dalaran's entrails, Kuma
Nani the
Kuma
fuck?
Bear, episode 4. In this, the episode 4, the fourth Kuma, Yuna speaks to the Lord and meets his daughter, trading the Goblin King's sword for a favor. However, Fina's mom is about to die, so she shows up, and the show takes a complete tone shift while Yuna tries to kill Fina's dying mother. Wait a minute. While Yuna tries to cure Fina's dying mother. I don't know why I have it written in my notes that Yuna tried to kill her.
No, quite the opposite, and you're absolutely right about the tone shift, and I almost don't want to laugh at... I don't know if you wrote it intentionally, but Yuna meets the Lord. Yuna talks to the Lord and meets his daughter.
Look, Yuna's already met God.
In this episode of Kuma 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 Bear, Yuna meets God.
I promise that wasn't intentional.
So this episode
gets really fucking sad, but before we talk about that, can we talk about Yuna's meeting with the Lord?
Jesus
It was
fucking
boring.
Christ.
It was boring.
Meep, tell us about the good word that Yuna heard today.
There's apparently gonna be a king's ball, and she gives the sword for a favor. That's it. It's boring. I know more happened, but I just didn't care. Like, each week, I do what Gilly does with Adachi and Shimamura, and I just watch and not do anything else, and just watch and feel my soul slowly turn into a black void that wants to see more blood from the other shows.
Gilly, what did you think of the first part of the episode?
First what?
First part of the episode, like first half of the episode.
This was a lot slower episode. Not a lot happened in it. But for the first half, I thought it was interesting. Because we start off with her actually furnishing the house, which I was right. There was literally the reason it was so barren is because she didn't try and make furniture.
Yep.
So I was right on the money with that one.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know why. I just enjoyed something about the kids standing outside the window, all looking in, like, "Ooh, it really is a bear," and all the bear stuff. It's so cute.
There's
like,
a
is this where
bear
Bunny
living in the.
stays?
There's a bear living in the bear house.
It's so fucking dumb, but it was cute and funny, and
I love that even the kids are like, "This is where the bloody bear lives," and it's just this fucking cute pink and yellow bear house.
It made me want to take a bath with Mr. Toaster.
and then we're gonna just glaze over that.
Yep. Moving on.
Gonna paint over that real quick and keep
All
going.
you gotta do is run, move along.
We get to the guild, and Yuna is obviously not interested in what's being asked of her.
Wait, hold
Because
on. Before we get to the guild, we actually opened the episode with the Black Viper from episode 1 being carved up.
Yeah,
and
I was very happy that we finally rounded back to episode 1.
yeah,
We're now like actually caught up.
yeah. Also, Yuna, when she's getting ready to carve the Black Viper, little girl with a big knife, Yuna does not fuck around. She was ready. But yeah, eventually. Also, is it bad that I wanted to see her go furniture shopping? Because, like, that's something I really enjoy in RPG games. Like, going out and getting the upgrades for my house and furniture and stuff.
Yes, it is, Dalaran.
How this show does things, I'm surprised they didn't.
I think they just had to make a choice. This was a pretty fucking. I know you said it's a slower pace. It's kind of like Yuna's downtime episode, but there was a lot that got put into it. But yeah, at the guild.
You mean a lot that got rushed?
You're not here. You're already very uninterested. No, we get to the guild, and Yuta is still obviously thinking in terms of RPGs. So she hears the idea of quest from a lord, and she's like, nope, don't want to do it. They're awful. I don't want to deal with them. No, lords suck. They're shitty.
The fucking guildmaster is like, you know what? You're fucking right, but our lord's actually all right.
They like to take little girls as their servants that they think are cute. I'm pretty sure that's the exact line she says about him. Or I could be wrong, but something like that.
Is she wrong, me?
I mean, I don't know. Let's look to Moriarty.
Exactly. Next episode, pedophilia baron gets killed. Anyway, moving on. Gilly!
Yeah, I can't.
Oh my fucking god!
I can't wait for Ikebukuro to touch on the sex trade.
I'd be impressed if they do.
She fucking buckles. She goes to see the Lord, and she's not exactly. Obviously, she's not exactly happy that the whole reason she was called out there is, I keep telling my daughter all about you, and she just really wanted to meet the bloody bear.
Bloody
and before
bear.
Yuna brings up the fact, like, wait a minute, what about the whole privacy something law? And before anything else could be said, the little girl comes around the corner and is just super giddy. It's like, oh my god, it's her. She actually wears the bear costume.
She comes through the doors and immediately moe intensifies.
Oh, it's so cute. I thought I was worried because, like, Lord's daughter, I thought she was gonna be like a brat, but no, she is so adorable.
Yeah, she is a precious being. She is just the purest child.
Is it implied that the maid was her mother, or was that just something I was reading?
Jesus fucking Christ, me.
We don't see her mother, so I don't know. The
Oh my
only
god.
motherly authoritative figure in her life is that maid, so I don't know. Maybe the Lord is married to that maid. I don't fucking know.
Look, maybe you have to accept that most anime characters only have one parent because for some reason at least one of them is dead or gone for some reason.
God, I hope her mother is dead.
Fuck you. God damn it, Meep.
Listen, I'm just trying to say the most outlandish things I can right now.
A hard look at the camera.
I do love the relationship between the little girl and the maid, just because obviously from how the maid talks, little girl gets into some trouble and does things she probably shouldn't.
Mm-hmm. Isn't her name
more
Philo?
often than she'd like. I think so.
And I think she's voiced by the same girl that voices Philo in Shield Hero, because they sounded the same to me.
I never watched Shield Hero. I couldn't.
I haven't watched it either.
Oh, it's actually pretty good. I really enjoyed it. I recommend it, especially that first
It's on my
episode.
list. It's just.
By the way, chat, welcome to Kuma Bear, where for as long as it's going on, Meep will continue to say outlandish things.
Is Gilly rude to your show? No.
Talk about how dead it makes me feel, but I do that. But I do that when it's my turn.
This has nothing to do with how Gilly feels about Adachi. This has everything to do with how I feel about Kuma Bear.
I could interject when we're talking about Adachi about how dead it makes me feel inside.
So back on the Kuma Bear. Not only is the daughter Moe, but the Lord is Moe too. he's like, he's like, oh, I'm sure glad that she's enjoying riding your Kuma bears. And Yuna's like, yeah, she's a good kid. And then the Lord's like, could I ride it too? And then he gets rejected by the bears.
It was fucking great.
He comes up to the bears and both of them are like, nah, we're not interested in you.
You're not an adorable child.
And he's just standing there so dejected.
He's such a nice guy. I kind of felt bad for him in that moment. he is really nice. He's a little awkward at moments, but he's nice.
He's like proper but nice. I like him a lot. It was a nice, and like it's what the show is, man. It's just nice. Except
what happens after?
Except when the good vibes turned into sad vibes.
You're seeing Fina running around. Obviously she's yelling her mom's name, and as soon as I saw that, I'm like, oh fuck, what's happening?
Mom's dead.
Oh no. Oh, I thought she was already dead.
Me
Especially
too.
when we get back and it's raining. She's just standing there in front of the door in the rain, staring at the door. I'm like, oh my god, is she already dead?
It really.
Oh no.
I really thought so too. I thought her mom was fucking dead.
I was ready for that kick. And I was ready for that kick in the face. And just, you have to wonder how long Fina's been standing there, because she's not knocking on the door or trying to look in a window, and she's not even immediately responsive to Yuna, so you have to wonder exactly how long she's been standing at that door.
Yeah, and by the way, viewers, she was standing outside of Yuna's house, not her. She was out of Yuna's house, not her own house.
Yeah.
It's just the tonal shift. It was hinted throughout the episode, and we know her mother's condition because it was told to us on her introductory episode. But
yeah,
just we go from happy good times, and Yuna is just showing off more of her character, how she isn't just bubbly main character, but like, she's like, you know what, take this sword. It's a very rare item. You don't even know the prices it off the top of your head. You owe me a favor. Which for a character who has like a lot of money is the right move. And then the sky casts over as Fina leaves her house to go find medicine, and everyone, and like Uncle Gantz, Uncle Degent fucking is out too, and it's just the poor little girl standing outside in the rain, and then she just turns around and she's crying and she can't even get the word. She's saying my mother, my mother, and she can't even get the words out, and Yuna's just like, fuck no, what's happening?
When that was happening, I will say, as much as I personally did not want the mother to die. I actually thought this was going to be used as the first moment in the show at which they show a point where Yuna doesn't have the power to fix something. I was honestly waiting for it to be she can't help, she has to call in her favor.
Yeah.
I thought it was going to lead to that, and I personally think that might have been a little bit more fulfilling.
I just don't think that's what the show is.
Yeah, I don't either, but I think it would have been, but I'm not upset with how it went.
Like,
I
go on, Meepers.
I was hoping that she would have been powerless to do anything, and that would have just been it. Life happens. It's not everything's not everything's able to be solved with a Kalu Kalei. Your disease is now invalid. I kind of would have felt more fulfilled if the show did end Fina's mother. As gruesome as that sounds, that would have been my turning point of going, okay, show, you can do some competent writing, showing that Yuna is powerless in this moment. She can't solve everything. And then I just felt upset when she was able to cure it. Because she's an infallible god now.
It's not what the
There's
show's.
no
It's not what the show is,
consequence.
man.
And that's fine. I just don't like it.
I get it, and I agree with you, Gilly. Like, when she started asking him for a favor, I'm like, okay, she's gonna ask him to, maybe because I watched Moriarty in the same day, but like, okay, maybe she's gonna send for his doctors and his professional doctors, and she's gonna cash in her favor to cure Fina's mother. Uh, but she casted Panacea, or Greater Restoration. Nope, someone died. But yeah, go on, Gilly.
I was just gonna say, after and with the afterwards of her actually helping her, it was very. I don't. It made me feel ways when she didn't help to help her. She helped for Fina's, uh, because it's Fina's mom, and she was helping for Fina. It feels like that just continues to show the character themselves.
Yeah,
That they're
because
bigger on they're that her priority is interpersonal relationships, but strangers is kind of hit or miss.
yeah. I mean, it makes sense because she's kind of like a shut-in person in her original life. But
Yeah,
that's the thing, right? Especially like for what Meep was saying. Yuna is a character that has been given all the money she could want and all the power she could, she has all the power and all the money. So what do you do in that case? Well, Yuna does whatever, and you know, we see what a character does with that. Like, this isn't deep, this isn't like supposed to be profound, but it always catches me off guard when this show goes into a darker tone. Again, like, watch our very first episode of FMK anime, the autumn beta or alpha episode where we talk about Jujutsu Kaisen and Kuma 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 Bear. Uh, its show started off in a very dark tone, and I'm like, what is happening in this pastel moe? Like, the vocal performances in the sad part, there's one specific one. Like, don't get me wrong, Yuna is like genuinely sad, and there's a lot of sadness and actual sad feelings going around. Her little sister Shuri, when her mother starts fading, the scream, the crying, roaring scream that her voice actress did for her was chilling. This show has no right to have a little girl's crying scream sound so convincing and real. Like I was moved, like it, like the performance, like really dark and really real, and I was moved. Don't get me wrong, I'm happy about the happy ending. Like I'm, yay, happy ending, woo! Like that sounds sarcastic, but like really, I'm like, yay, you know. And yeah, it would have been cooler if Yuna had to like use something outside of her powers to fix the situation. But again, that's just not what this show is, and I'm okay with it. I'm fine. I'm not here for complicated plots.
Shows for that.
Now Fina's mom and Uncle Gantz can really get it on.
Oh no. Uncle, what are you doing to mommy? Fucking
Filling
ran
her
out the
with
door.
vigor. Because she obviously has feelings for him too, because they're all cute and blushy
Yeah.
and shit. Fina, he's going to be your new dad.
You're still gonna
Fina,
be Uncle Gantz.
Fina's getting ready for work, and Shuri's getting ready for school, and Gantz walks out of their mother's room with a #1 dad cup. Hey there, sports. I'm gonna be your new dad.
Second time this joke has been made today.
Hey, this show's not above it, and neither am I.
But no, this entire episode, like, it was a lot slower, but it was still really good. It was still really enjoyable. It was still nice, and then sad, and then nice again.
Sad. And since this is our last episode, we've had a lot of sad shows this week.
Yeah.
And Kuma Bear, also known as Bear Kuma, is not the show I expected to add onto it. We had Ikebukuro Westgate Park, we had Jujutsu Kaisen, we had Kuma Bear, and we had I feel like, oh yeah, a fucking Megetsu Warhide Zurst. Like all those shows like hit a sad tone and like made me actually feel like
You forgot Moriarty.
I didn't really you know what, this feels like after credit stuff, but I didn't feel that bad for Moriarty because I felt bad for the mom, but like they they kind of did the whole murder thing, child dying at the beginning of the show, so it didn't get the emotional impact fully. But I'm gonna hold up a card for this show, and Kuma Bear, you were one of those. When I saw you on a roster, I'm like, this is gonna be fucking trash. This is gonna be moe trash, if not moe garbage, and I'm gonna hate this show and it's gonna be a waste of time. Somehow I'm fucking enjoying it week after week, and I'll say my full final thoughts after everyone else finishes theirs. But yeah, here's the fuck. Nice eggplant for the Kuma, for the bear.
I'm also going to fuck this show. I before we even started this, I wasn't going to pick this as the show I wanted to be here. But fuck did I wish it would be, because I don't know why, I thought either it would be really bad and hilarious and be worth one episode, or it'd be surprisingly good. And I've been enjoying it from the beginning, and it's nice. I have a good time here. I have a good time watching.
Ever watching. Nevermore.
Yes. Meep.
You're looking at me like you expect me to say something different. I'm gonna kill this show.
You're gonna
I
stab little Noah? Or now?
I'm
Now?
I'm
Noah?
gonna I'm gonna do what nature should have done. I'm gonna kill Fina's mom. It
That's pretty fucked up there, mate.
This show actively makes me hate myself. And after I was so upset after watching this episode.
That sounds like an internal problem.
I watched 3 episodes of Hinamatsuri just to get the bad taste of this show out of my mouth. I picked my 3 favorite episodes of Hinamatsuri and watched them. I went, okay, now I can feel things again.
Watashi wa smartphone desu ka?
I'm not even exaggerating when I say I legitimately can't feel anything after watching the show. It's that taxing on me. And I'm happy you two are voting with your hearts. I just get to sit here and make my jokes about this show. It's nothing different. I'm killing it this week.
You know, Gilly, I thought he started coming around to the Moe and to the Kuma, but
With Kingsraid being dead, I have to hate something else.
well, we're gonna if I'm keeping track of our votes correctly this season, this episode, I think you did plenty.
Only. Oh, well, there's also. We'll get to that after, because you were going to say something, weren't you, Dalaran?
Yes. Just as with all the shows, I like to give my closing thoughts on them, and might as well. This show is doing a lot for, being in the moe genre. I was really caught off guard in the first episode when it had this really viscerally real, gritty, dark take. A boy travels across the countryside to reach this city to seek help for his village that's being killed by this giant viper monster. And when no one can help him, he breaks down. And I'm like, what is this show going to be? And then it kind of evened out into moe. And then at the end of this episode, we kind of got back to that. And I like it. It shows a range of, the whole show has, a range of humor and, entertainment through it. And, I'm really enjoying it. But it also has, emotional topics. I mentioned it before. I really respect the performance of genuine sorrow. The genuine Sauron. Yeah, no, Shuri's fucking, young girl crying is fucking insane. You have a genuine this show that is about cutesy wootsy bears and fucking the Lord, who's not fucking the Lord. God damn it. It's about fucking the Lord. Oh. Letting the Lord into you. Anyway.
Giving Jesus a stepdad, I see.
But no, jokes aside, the scene where Shuri breaks down and just, scream of genuine sorrow, about to lose her mother, and then the dialogue of a mother on her deathbed saying goodbye to her children was fucking chilling and real. And when Yuna's mom really started saying come here children, let me get a look at you, I'm like, what are you doing, show? And then I'm proud of all of you and I need you to stay strong. I'm like, what are you doing, show? I wish I could be there to see you all grow up to become the fine woman I know you will be. Stop! Stop this right now! You're not actually going to fucking kill Yuna's mom, are you? It surprises me each time. Like, whenever this show goes dark, it always catches me off guard, but somehow it does it right. It doesn't feel wrong. It doesn't feel forced. It's not out of place. It's just, huh. So I'm gonna continue writing this Kuma. I am happily getting on Kuma Yuru.
I'll just
And
sit over here and come in your
yeah, you do Kuma Q and I do Kuma Yuru. And we'll see what next week brings. And together we will continue mauling Meep with our big bear claws.
Yep. That's all the shows.
That is.
And hey, only one show got 2 knives.
Is that right, Meep? Only one show's gonna die?
Yep. Of the two shows that I knew had the chance of getting 2 knives, it's not the one I would prefer to see it go, but hey, I'm happy to see it go either way.
Honestly, same to not the one I would have preferred to see go. I think I would have. Well, go ahead and. Why don't you tell us, Meep, what we won?
Well, Magatsu, Warheit Zerst, is fucking dead.
I can't believe it.
I would have preferred to see Fruit Tart go first, but hey, this show needed to go, and it is gone. It is dead.
No more mobile game anime.
The first two deaths are both the mobile game animes. Honestly, I can't say I'm surprised. Though I'm a little frustrated because, like, Zerst finally fucking hooked me, and now I'm still going to probably watch the episode, even though it's no longer required. But Fruit Tart, I was like right on the fucking knife's edge, and I was like really close to picking up that knife card, but fuck, why did I want to give that show one more chance? God damn it. Hindsight. Regret in hindsight.
Worth it.
The next episode is probably gonna be bad.
It's already out.
I'm not gonna watch it. It is really fucking late over here. It's 3 a.m. in the morning.
It is for me too.
I think this is our longest fucking stream. 6 hours. Ha.
So now that we've talked about our shows and said what's died, I'd like to talk to you guys about King's Raid episode 5.
God, do we have to? We can just stop here. We don't have to bring up the dead bodies.
As I've sat here and mulled over this corpse, I watched it very intently.
God fucking damn it.
Wait, what happened? What happened? Sorry, my internet died there.
I was bringing up King's Raid episode 5.
Yeah, you're just in time to hear Gilly tell us about his favorite corpse to fuck.
Can I tell you guys about something I watched after?
Is it
Yes.
better than King's Raid?
Yes.
Then that shall be the note we will end on.
No, the funny thing is this, so I watched the next episode and we were back to just a lot of exposition once again. No real action happened, just more talking. Released the first seal on Castle. Now he apparently stronger and can be able to be more magic swordman. And then they took Chibi and they planted him, and now he's got a little sprout. So Chibi's the
On
natural
his way
cycle's
back.
gonna bring him back. He's gonna be alive again someday.
I don't care. No, I knew that show. I fucking called it. I knew that show was gonna happen. Fuck them. Fuck that show. They should have never killed Chibi in the first place. Fuck you,
Chibi
Kingsbury.
deserves what happened.
Neef, you
Chibi is
deserve
a
what will happen
Device
to
to
you.
He was used as a device to make Castle do something more than just be there and suck.
Does Castle still suck? Because you said like you get some new magical power, but I imagine it's fucking boring still.
They just unlocked one of the quote unquote locks on his abilities, and he still has to unlock the two other gates by going to see the orcs and then the people way, way, way up in the north.
Wait, did they actually finally show the fucking orcs?
They showed like a picture of a village, but they didn't show any
What
other
the
people.
fuck? What the
They
fuck?
just they just panned towards a village up in the north, and then up in the mountains, and like then you have to go even farther north, and they just panned to the Arctic.
Did the Dark Elves do anything this episode?
Wait, hold on.
It,
Before we get to the Dark Elves, the people who write fucking Kingsraid, or at least the people who do the anime, obviously always picked Alliance in fucking Warcraft. But yeah, I was gonna ask that question myself. Thank you, Meep.
he
Do the Dark Elves fucking
he
do anything?
he was there for he was he was like right at the end of the episode for all of less than a minute, talking with the guy that hired them once again.
Okay, so that's a fucking no.
and
Gotcha.
and apparently the guy who hired them has turned into an asshole even to the Dark Elves now.
Oh, who could have possibly seen that coming?
And all he's talking about, like, I'll I'll give you a good order. I'll make you a fucking knight. Your people would love that, wouldn't you? I'm pretty sure you'd actually use the word "your people" too.
Ah, yes.
It was
Kingsraid, the master anime at Nuance.
And then, of course, one of the last pans we see with Castle's group is the same enemy they fought the night before is there again.
The fucking plant?
Yes, the same thing.
Oh my god, Gilly, are you still
And they
fucking
gave
this
it,
corpse?
and they gave the excuse that sometimes with plants they have a spore that comes out and grows a new one. That was their stupid excuse.
Why? Why are you doing this?
So they fight it again, or is it implied that it takes over?
The fight didn't even get showed. It just sort of it was there and then it moved on.
The plant or the seed?
It was there and then it showed the man with the dark elf and then the episode ended.
Oh my, Gilly, are you still gonna continue watching this fucking disaster?
The next episode might be what that fully throws me off of it because the preview for it was we run through our adventuring funds and we have to make more money. Was like the premise of the next episode, and I think that's probably where it will fully throw me off.
You don't. You
I
mean
watched.
you don't want to see the car washing fundraiser with the Kings,
I
right?
watched No Blast episode 1.
Okay, yeah, please, me give us something good. Fuck that show. I'm holding up a knife again.
It's already dead.
I watched No Blast episode 1. It's pretty good. Its opening and ending kind of suck in my opinion. Listen, it's opening as in the anime opening.
I know what you mean. That's still hilarious.
It kind of sucks. They kind of suck in my opinion, but hey, the actual content of the episode itself, I enjoyed. It was fun. Like the story seems interesting so far. The comedy, I enjoyed all the comedy stuff. Gilly, the comedy of Noblesse is right up your alley.
It was my second choice, but behind Yuukoku No Moriarty.
Yeah, and yeah, it was a lot of fun. I enjoyed the episode I watched. I still need to go watch more, but it was really good. and I enjoyed the animation as well. The characters were fun. The premise seems fun. I will
Love
say,
Vampire High School.
yeah, I will say, speaking of that, the opening to the actual show itself will throw you off, but don't worry, just give it a couple minutes. It will explain itself.
The opening is more than a couple of minutes.
No, not like anime opening, but like the start of
Oh, the opening scene. Gotcha.
yes. But yeah, that was Noblesse.
I started watching the best anime, Marvel's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. No. Good night,
here.
everybody.
You can talk to people about that in the chat.
I watched Gargura. Can I go to bed now?
Yeah. We could all sleep now.
What do you mean? I'm not going to sleep.
That's on you, Omi. Bless you.
Commit the forever sleep.
Thank you for sneezing into the mic. Great ending of the fucking podcast.
Thank you everyone for coming. I have been Meep, joined by Gilly and Dalaran.